Hello everyone, I am Miko Karandang.
And I'm Thea Domingo.
Before we head straight to today's events, let's take you on a quick tour of your Zoom interface.
On the lower left corner of your screen, you will see a microphone icon. Make sure that it's always on mute. However, you may unmute if allowed by the host during the Q&A segments.
Next to it is the video icon, which you can click to turn your camera on or off. Note that you must keep your cameras on, especially on group photos.
If you must turn your videos off to save data, make sure that your profile photo is a clean and decent photo of you.
The participants icon allows you to see the list of all participants in your assigned Zoom room.
If you must send messages to co-participants, click the chat icon. Select Send to Everyone if you'd like your message to be public, or send a private message by clicking the name of the person you want to send a direct message to.
Lastly, you may click the reaction button to display reaction emoticons, applause, love, thumbs up, etc.
Now that you know what these buttons do, let's now proceed to the online event guidelines. To avoid any inconvenience during our induction program, please take note of the following reminders.
Use only the official virtual background.
Make sure that you are using a device with a browser that supports Zoom in a well-lit and quiet room, free from distractions.
For a seamless online experience, it is ideal that your internet connection is not lower than 10 Mbps.
Make sure that your camera is working and don't forget to smile. It is advisable to check your video, audio, and mic beforehand.
In the unlikely event that you get disconnected, just click the event link again to re-enter.
Again, make sure that your microphone is muted throughout the event, unless you are allowed or prompted to speak.
This is it! The moment we've all been waiting for.
Are you ready?
I am Miko Karandang.
And I'm Thea Domingo. Welcome to the UAP Makati Chapter Digital Induction Ceremony 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 44th United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter Digital Induction Ceremony. Let's hear it from our Masters of Ceremonies, Architect Thea Domingo, UAP, and Architect Michael Conrad, Miko Karandang, UAP.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 44th United Architects of the Philippines Makati Digital Induction Ceremony. In today's event, of course, we will get to know our new chapter officers and board of directors. Also, we will be presenting and giving you a preview of their vision. What plans and goals do they have for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022? Very exciting, right, Miko?
Yeah, that's right, Thea. But not only that, I am certain that everyone is looking forward to hearing and learning from Architect Gerard Lico's lecture. Plus, exciting prizes will be given away by our sponsors, BOYSEN, DAVIES, Diamond Concept, Design Armoire, and Multi-Rig. So make sure to stay with us until the end of the program.
Yes. Now, to start our event, for the invocation, please welcome Architect Leandro Bayot Jr., followed by the National Anthem, then the UAP Hymn, and the UAP Credo. Again, here is Architect Leandro Bayot Jr.
I will sing forever of your love, O Lord. I will celebrate the wonder of your name. For the word that you speak is a song of forgiveness and a song of gentle mercy and of peace. Let us wake up the morning and be filled with your love, and sing songs of praise all our days. For your love is as high as the heavens above us, and your faithfulness as certain as the dawn. I will sing forever of your love, O Lord. I will celebrate the wonder of your name. For the word that you speak is a song of forgiveness and a song of gentle mercy and of peace. I will sing forever of your love, O Lord, for you are my refuge and my strength. You fill the world with your life-giving spirit that speaks your word of mercy and of peace. And I will sing forever of your love, O Lord. Yes, I will sing forever of your love, O Lord.
Raise your right hand for the UAP Credo.
I shall work with this general objective, that I am accountable to God, to Mother Earth, to my country, to my fellow men, and to myself. I shall uphold the ideals and follow the norms and ethical conduct of this noble profession. I shall pursue moral and professional excellence to the utmost level of integrity, through industrious dedication and meaningful application to my work, that merits a reputation for quality of services, worthy of fair remuneration. I shall pledge myself to the highest standard of professionalism in relation to clients, colleagues, industry partners, and society. I shall dedicate myself to the pursuit of creative endeavor towards the goal of enlightened art and science, generously sharing it. I shall respect the rights and works of my colleagues in the profession and confine my comments to constructive intents. I shall endeavor to do my duty in the protection of our common environment and the preservation of architectural heritage for the sake of the present and future generations. So help me God.
Mabuhay! Welcome to the second digital induction of UAP Makati. We wish to see everyone face to face, but with the uncertainties that this pandemic gave birth to, we wish everyone to be safe and well. Today, we will witness the induction of new set of leaders that will bring the chapter into greatness. With this main objective, let me officially start this digital induction ceremony of UAP Makati. Maraming salamat.
And to officially open the program, please welcome UAP Makati Chapter Vice President for Operations, Architect Raya Angelica Zamudio.
Good evening. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. Before I begin, allow me to acknowledge a few of our distinguished guests. Firstly, from the UAP National Board of Directors. National President, Architect Armando Eugene C. de Guzman III. National Executive Vice President, Architect Richard M. Garcia. Secretary General, Architect Jonathan V. Manalad. National Treasurer, Architect Jason S. Ang. National Auditor, Architect Alberto C. Dumlao. Executive Director for the Commission on Governmental and External Affairs, Architect Romeo B. Vinco Jr. Chancellor for the UAP College of Fellows, Architect Michael T. Ang. Area B Vice President, Architect Rodelio C. Umali. B3 Regional District Director, Architect Jaime V. Hermogenes. To the Honorable Vice President of the Philippines, Lenny Robredo, PRC Commissioner, Honorable Yolanda D. Reyes, to all the District B3 Chapter Presidents and UAP Makati Chapter Past Presidents and Chartered Members, to our guest speaker and guest moderator who will be introduced later, our sponsors and partners, guests, and of course, our dear chapter members. It's an honor for me to welcome all of you this evening. Today marks our chapter's inaugural ceremony for the new fiscal year, a fresh start from the difficulties we've had to face. We hope that last year's challenges will help spur us to rise to the occasion as professionals in our field and to engage with issues in our society and our nation. As we continue adapting to the new normal, our new Board of Directors' vision is to shed a bit of light, joy, and hope through our various initiatives, seminars, and special events. In today's gathering, we will be introducing to you our theme and our chapter's plans and programs for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022, many of which will focus on refining our service to the membership through enhanced systems, honoring our chapter members' achievements through various awards, and enjoining our members to participate in our CSR projects with partners such as WWF. We look forward to your support and are excited for you to join us in this vision. So again, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you very much for listening. And now, let us welcome our Chapter Vice President for Programs, Architect Shigella Villanueva.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests from the National Board of Directors, starting from our National President, Architect Armando Eugene C. de Guzman III, National Executive Vice President, Architect Richard Garcia, Secretary General, Architect Jonathan V. Manalad, Area B Vice President, Architect Rodelio C. Omali, Regional District Director B3, Architect Jaime V. Hermogenes, to the District B3 Presidents and UAP Makati Chapter past Presidents, to all our chapter members and guest speaker and sponsors present here today. It is an honor to welcome those of you who have been with us for years, and I thank each and everyone for being here with us again today to witness our Chapter Board of Directors inaugural ceremony for fiscal year 2021-2022. The past months have been very difficult for all of us as the pandemic hit us all hard. Some of us have lost a family member, friend, or acquaintance. Some lost jobs, and all of us needs to adapt and shift 360 degrees digitally. We all yearn to be able to gather and celebrate physically like we once did. And this fiscal year, lo haremos te sentirse vivo. We will make you feel alive. Our programs for the year will be dynamic and diverse, which aligns to one of UAP National's Trust, Member First. To commence this fiscal year, we have invited Architect Gerard Lico to be our keynote speaker. We will also launch our another CSR, which will be presented later on. Continuing on, this fiscal year will be a lot different, and we will surely give you a blast. Again, I welcome you to another fruitful fiscal year ahead.
Thank you, Architect Shigella Villanueva, and of course, Architect Raya Angelica Zamudio, for the heartfelt and wonderful welcome and opening remarks. Now, to introduce our outgoing chapter president, we would like to call on UAP Makati Chapter Secretary, Architect Abdul Rafi Pangandaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. He began his professional journey at the University of Santo Tomas, where he earned his Bachelor of Science in Architecture. He then joined several architectural and design firms such as NBC Govia Design Studio and GFN Partners, and earned his first exposure on various residential and commercial projects in the country. After a few years of gaining local experience, he embarked on several opportunities overseas, with design firms in Singapore that specializes on interior architecture such as the SOS Private Limited, Dan Impact Private Limited, and Great Canopy, where he obtained extensive training in residential design as well as experiences in handling hospitality and commercial projects. He then came back home and started running his own design consultancy firm focusing on residential design. He is also a member of Malayan College's Laguna's Faculty of Architecture under the Mabuhay Institute of Technology at Laguna. Alongside these, He has served various positions in the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter, such as Director for Internal Affairs, Director for Ways and Means, Assistant Secretary, and Vice President for Operations, before eventually becoming the 33rd United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter president. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow architects, the outgoing United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter president for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Architect Simon G. Cervantes, UAP.
Mabuhay, UAP Makati. Time went breezily last fiscal year. I was hoping for us to see each other at least once, most especially at this juncture, like what we normally do in our regular GMMs. But safety and well-being takes precedence as we embrace these new ways of doing things. The strangest of days we face forces us to learn, adapt, and adjust to make things work across most facets of daily living, most especially among our families and households. Family indeed is something we treasure and take care of, like our beloved organization. This pandemic made our world smaller with all these limitations, but in hindsight, it made our home more intimate and family connections bruised. In dealing with this pandemic, I'm pretty sure we've all fallen victims in following the fad to keep our minds sane. May it be whipping dalgona, secretly shooting a TikTok video, watching numerous YouTube videos on being a green thumb, forgetting to unmute while in a web conference, and keeping it classy on top, because that's the only visible part anyway. Allow me to borrow a tidbit of wisdom from Mr. Francis Kong, which I also shared in my inaugural speech. Crisis does not create failures, but it is a cradle of innovation and breakthrough. We adapt to the new way of doing things, embracing technology and capitalizing on the digital world. In this profession, we are taught to solve problems through innovations, which must also apply to the challenges our society faces. These innovations certainly help to make our world a better place to live in. It should go hand in hand with the preservation and conservation of our identity and our environment. This led us to this year's central theme of Arquitectura, and placed emphasis in the diverse cultural identities that truly defines Filipino. Our team managed to roll out 7 Arquitectura talks and 2 special web events that explored various inspirations, strategies, considerations, linkages, and programs we could utilize in our professional careers in further promoting our culture. All through the time and expertise extended to us by our resource speakers. May the inspiration shared to us by Leo, Victor, Pamela, Jacqueline, Arvin and Air, Hector, Yoni, Dan, Jason, Conrad, Jeffrey, Glory Rose, and Misaka endure behind these webinars and sessions and hopefully translate to our everyday craft. Our partnership with the Office of the Vice President Lenny Robredo and Kaya Natin Movement gave us the opportunity to give back to our community, specifically our pandemic-struck Filipino students in their transition to online and blended learning. This partnership would not have been impactful if not for the generosity of our members. UAP Iloilo Maricodo Chapter, one of the tripartite sister chapters of UAP Makati, has been instrumental in our mission to provide relief for Isla Pugad. These partnerships will always be treasured by our kababayans whose lives have been touched by the help and support we have given. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikipagbayanihan. Every year, we elect a fresh group of board members, but our chapter's leadership continues to pass on the zeal and dedication to the next. Each time we pass the baton, we are continuously guided by our Presidents Emeriti, Architect Nanette Segovia, Architect Elwin Venaventura, Architect Jimmy Hermogenes, and Architect Miko Carandang, whose wisdom and experience enabled our group this year to smoothly transition and weather the challenges of the organization as we continue to deliver to our members amidst the pandemic crisis. We all build from the successes and milestones from each other, from one board to the next. To all our past presidents and board members, the lifelong commitment you have imparted towards everyone in the profession will always be an inspiration to all of us. It is no secret that many enterprises had to struggle with the debilitating effects of the pandemic to business. Yet, our industry partners never left us in our commitment towards our members. To these companies that kept the lights on for UAP Makati and for working with us through this pandemic situation, Pacific Paints Philippines Incorporated or BOYSEN, HP Printers, GS Go Brothers Incorporated, EcoShift Corporation, GCK International Incorporated, Landlight Philippines Corporation, Holcim Philippines, Davies Paints Philippines, Architects Metal Systems Incorporated, Atlanta Industries, and Design Armoire. It is in the crisis where strategic partnership flourished. Your support has been critical not just for UAP, but for each Filipino architect, especially during these trying times. Hindi matatawaran ang inyong naging pag-agapay sa panahon ng pagsubok. The support of our national board has been critical to the success of our team and its programs. To the late NP Renato Heray, we surely miss you gracing our programs and initiatives. The thoughts and prayers of UAP Makati ardently wish for the repose of your soul. Our highest gratitude for your service to the UAP. And of course, to my BOD that has chosen to face this pandemic head-on with me, who believe in what our team can pull together despite the uncertainties and unfamiliarities. Architect Larry Carandang, for sharing your wisdom and knowledge as the previous captain of the ship. Architect Shigi Villanueva, for ensuring our web events are seamless for our members to enjoy. Architect Jenilyn Quinto, for being the guardian of policy and protocol, and for tirelessly reminding each of us on what needs to be delivered for the chapter and most especially to our members. Architect Abdul Pangandaman, for your dedication as the secretariat no matter how daunting it could get. Architect Claudia Duoma, in managing the purse for the benefit of the chapter and its members down to the last peso. Architect Eric Isip, for being a helpful hand to our secretariat and also during our web events. Architect Rita de la Cruz, for always being open to take on task. Architect Raya Zamudio, for sharing your wisdom in our GMMs and most importantly, in arranging our members' CPDs. Architect Jem Mendoza, for owning the huge responsibility of membership. Architect Lalaine Fortunado, for always being open to take on larger roles and responsibilities. And to the rest of my BOD who shared their time and energy this year, I will be forever grateful and proud to turn the page of this chapter to the next, as we leave behind a fiscal year that has managed to keep the bar of service to our members needed amidst the pandemic, a strong testament to our resilience and resolve as a group. The memories of us working together, while mostly digital, will always be cherished. To the incoming board, especially to Architect Titus Aguirre, congratulations and best wishes for the success of your fiscal year. I look forward to the exciting programs and new milestones you will all contribute to the prestige of this chapter. May you continue to inspire and uplift the spirits of our members. 10 ng lupong taong 2020-2021 sa lahat ng kasapi ng pangkat arkikultura at sa ngalan ng UAP Makati. Taos-puso ako nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng paggabay, pagtangkilik at pagtugon sa lahat na naging adhikain para sa taong ito. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay ang UAP, mabuhay ang UAP Makati, at mabuhay ang Arkitektong Filipino.
Professionals ready to lend their expertise to anyone who are in need.
It has truly been a challenging year for everyone because of the pandemic, most especially to our leaders. We salute you and thank you, Arkikultura and Architect Simon G. Cervantes, immediate past chapter president. Okay, so before we continue with our program, here's an intermission number by Architect Leandro Bayat Jr.
Hello, good day everyone. I would like to greet those watching, the members of the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter, and also would like to congratulate the new officers for this year. This is all for you. Magsimula ka, batiin ang kay gandang umaga nang may ngiti sa iyong mga mata. Sa pagkakataon idlip, gumising na. Ang buhay ay masaya, palalampasin mo ba? Magsimula ka, tuparin ang pangarap mong tunay, habang ang lakas iyong pangtaglay sa paghihintay. Baka masanay, sayang naman ang buhay, mawawala ng saysay. Isa lang ang buhay mo, kumilos ka, gamitin mo. Kung may nais ang puso mo, mangarap ka, abutin mo, upang ito'y makamit mo. Magsikap ka, simulan mo. Magsimula ka, pilitin ang tuklasin ang hanap, magdanas man ng maraming hirap. Ang mithin mo pag naging ganap, langit na pagsisikap, iyon ang malalasap. Isa lang ang buhay mo, kumilos ka, gamitin mo. Kung may nais ang puso mo, mangarap ka, abutin mo, upang ito'y makamit mo. Magsikap ka at simulan mo. Isa lang ang buhay mo, kumilos ka, gamitin mo. Kung may nais ang puso mo, mangarap ka, habutin mo, upang ito'y makamit mo. Magsikap ka, simulan mo. Upang ito'y makamit mo, magsikap ka, simulan mo.
Okay, it seems like some of our attendees are having trouble with Zoom. To those who can't answer yet, you can watch it on FB Live for now. All right, for the next part of our event, please welcome our new chapter officers and board of directors and United Architects of the Philippines Secretary General, Architect Jonathan Manalan, for the presentation of officers.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to be invited here in the event of UAP Makati chapter on the occasion of your induction ceremonies. Before I introduce the members of the chapter board, allow me first to greet everyone a good evening and greet as well the members of the National Board of Directors present here tonight, headed by our National President, Architect Don de Guzman, as well as the members of the College of Fellows present in this occasion. So now allow me to present the chapter board and officers of UAP Makati chapter for fiscal year 2021-2022. Beginning with the immediate past chapter president, Architect Simon G. Cervantes, UAP. The chapter committee chair for information and dissemination, Architect John Ray M. Lazuriaga, UAP, and Architect Sofia L. Eusebio, UAP. The chapter director for education, Architect Jonaline G. Simbahan, UAP. The chapter director for Filipino architecture, Architect Carlzel D. Adorna, UAP. Chapter director for professional practice, Architect Pamela Isabel D. Reyes, UAP. Chapter director for internal affairs, Architect Lito V. Tabuldan, UAP. Our chapter director for external and governmental affairs, Architect Antoinette Danica T. Lim, UAP, CBP. Our chapter auditor, Architect Cecilia M. San Diego, UAP. Chapter treasurer, Architect Richie H. Ongteco, UAP. Our chapter secretary, Architect Abdul Rafi Deron M. Pangandaman, UAP. Our chapter vice president for operations, Architect Ria Angelica C. Zamudio, UAP. Our chapter vice president for programs, Architect Shigela A. Villanueva, UAP. And now, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you the incoming chapter president of UAP Makati chapter for fiscal year 2021-2022. Let us all welcome Architect Luis Picador V. Aguirre IV, Fellow of the United Architects of the Philippines and ASEAN Architect. Thank you very much, and my advanced congratulations to all the officers.
Okay. So for the charging of chapter officers, please welcome UAP Area B Vice President, Architect Rodelio Cristeto Umali.
For the charging of chapter officers of Makati chapter. The office to which you have been elected is one of dignity and importance. In accepting this office, you undertake a responsibility which is not to be assumed lightly nor carelessly discharged. You are charged with the duties of seriously and resolutely furthering the objectives of the United Architects of the Philippines, the integrated and accredited professional organization of architects. With the Constitution and bylaws and policy manual as your guide, you must be ever ready to exercise the functions of the office with which you are all entrusted. Furthermore, you are charged with governing this organization and your chapter according to the laws of democracy, under which laws every individual who wishes to speak shall be heard. Toward the end, that in every matter considered, the best of opinion shall prevail. Should the express will of the majority and the best course of action follow. Do you accept this charge?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Now, you are ready to take your oath of office. Mr. President, they are now ready to be inducted as officers of Makati chapter.
Okay, and now for the induction of chapter officers, please join me in welcoming United Architects of the Philippines National President, Architect Armando Eugene de Guzman III.
To the inductees, please raise your right hand and please repeat after me. I state your name.
I,
Having been elected to the position of state your position in your chapter.
having been elected to the position of Chapter Committee
Of the United Architects of the Philippines.
of the United Architects of the Philippines.
Do hereby solemnly swear.
Do hereby solemnly swear
That I will well and faithfully discharge. To the best of my ability. The duties and responsibilities of my present position. And all others that I may hereafter hold. In the United Architects of the Philippines. That I will uphold and protect the Constitution and bylaws of the organization.
The Constitution and bylaws of the organization.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will obey and uphold the Architect's Code of Ethics.
I will obey and uphold the Architect's Code of Ethics.
Conducting myself in a manner befitting.
Conducting myself in a manner befitting.
A good and true professional.
A good and true professional.
Advancing the interests of the profession.
Advancing the interests of the profession.
To which we are dedicated.
Which we are dedicated.
That I will obey the laws and legal orders.
That I will obey the laws and legal orders.
Promulgated by the duly constituted.
Promulgated by the duly constituted.
Authorities of the Philippines.
Authorities of the Philippines.
And I hereby declare.
And I hereby declare.
That I impose this obligation upon myself.
That I impose this obligation upon myself.
Without mental reservation.
Without mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So congratulations. Right, my college, UAP Director, Architect, Armoire.
To the outgoing chapter president, please repeat after me. Mr. President,
Mr. President,
I now turn over to you this gavel as a symbol of authority.
I now turn over you this gavel as a symbol of authority
to preside over the affairs of the chapter.
to preside over the affairs of the chapter.
May you use this gavel
May you use this gavel
to conduct your chapter with fairness, justice, and equality to all members.
to conduct your chapter with fairness, justice, and equality to all members.
May the great architect in heaven guide you.
May the great architect in heaven guide you.
Good luck and carry on.
Good luck and carry on.
To the incoming chapter president, please repeat after me.
I, Luis Nicanor P. Aguirre IV,
Great honor and privilege,
with great honor and privilege,
hereby accept this gavel.
do hereby accept this gavel.
Authority shall be
The symbol of authority shall be used to govern this chapter in fairness, justice, and equality. I will always preside my chapter in accordance with the framework of UAP bylaws and its policy, rules, and regulations.
Congratulations. As a sign of his authority, Chapter President Titus shall strike the gavel once, and everyone will have their right hand over their left chest. Then he will strike the gavel twice, and then we can put our hands down.
Okay, and to introduce our new chapter president, please welcome United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter Secretary, Architect Abdul Rafi Derod Pangandaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. He studied his primary and secondary school in Bicol at Naga City. A junior of SILG by Jess Robledo, earned his degree of Bachelor of Science in Architecture at Adamson University. He became part of the team with the firm of a national artist, architect Leandro V. Luxin and partners for 16 years as an associate architect. Assigned to lead the projects such as the Philippine Stock Exchange and Ayala Triangle Tower 1. He represented the firm, jointly worked with SOM in reviewing the construction documents and curtain wall shop drawings. For 20 years, he works mostly in liturgical and institutional projects at his own studio. He committed a 16 years partnership in architectural immersion program with Adamson Architecture alumni and became an association president from 2017 to present. Serving the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter twice. Contributed to the United Architects of the Philippines National Committee on Bylaws on March 1, 1984. He performed at the 27th United Architects of the Philippines National Convention. A commencement speaker for the 80th Adamson University Commencement Exercise and for the 31st Philippine International Convention Center at Pasay City on November 21, 2017. He became an ASEAN architect on April 10, 2019 to April 10, 2022, with a 36 years loyal member of the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter. He also elevated to College of Fellows last April 2021 and proud to be of service as the first FUAP president of the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, the incoming United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022, Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre IV, FUAP.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the National Board, Executive and District Directors, Area B Vice President, past chapter presidents and charter members, Honorable Vice President of the Philippines, Honorable Makati City Mayor, Honorable PRC Commissioner, guests, partners, and our beloved chapter members, a pleasant evening to you all. Today, we celebrate the beginning of a new fiscal year, a new year to be alive and to strive for a fresh start. It is a privilege for me to accept the duties and responsibilities as your chapter president here in the UAP Makati chapter, having one of the biggest chapters in the UAP nationwide. UAP Makati hosts the most members of UAP, with over 1,800 proud members and growing, with significant attendance and participation in our year-long events. Since being chartered on November 21, 1977, with 31 charter members, we have produced 6 national presidents, have had 7 members given the most prestigious award by the national organization, which is the Likha Award, with 2 of them also honored by the state as national artists in the field of architecture. The UAP Makati prides itself in its rich history of luminaires in the architecture industry. Leandro B. Locsin and Partners, Architect Francisco Bobby Manyosa, Architect Philip Recto, IDEA, Archeon Architects, GF and Partners, WB Coscolwela and Associates, J. Yulo Architects and Associates, Lord Calma and Partners, Arlen P. D. Guzman Designs and Associates and Company, Dominic Q. Galicia Architects, DM Consunhi Incorporated, Ayala Land Incorporated, and Megaworld Properties, to name a few, comprise the vigor of the UAP Makati's reach in the industry, which is why this is a most role that I humbly accept with utmost importance. This year's theme is ARQUIVIVO. In ancient Greek, archi means chief, highest, or most extreme, and vivo in Italian means I live, and in Spanish, alive, aiming to adapt to the changing times due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Architects strive for a expressing approach in this time of uncertainty. We want to move towards the light of hope at the end of this long, dark tunnel. With this, our mission is threefold. Firstly, aligning with the UAP National Board's vision of members first, unity in diversity, and good governance, we plan to upgrade our virtual capacity in connecting with each and every member in all parts of the world, friends in the industry, and allies in the arts, by revamping our systems for documentation, directories, archives, and website. Secondly, we will strive to give recognition to our esteemed chapter members, to those who deserve to be elevated for their contributions and accomplishments in the field. We will help pave the way for awards, such as the College of Fellows, Likha, and Members Emeritus. While for our virtual events, we will establish a pool of speakers from our very own Makati chapter members and create projects with other chapters We also plan to feature notable Filipino architects through print and live media sessions. And finally, we aim to engage our local communities through our social responsibility projects by collaborating with national executives, non-government organizations, local governments, and private companies, and allies in the profession. With this, we eagerly invite everyone to be interactive in our upcoming virtual events and projects. Once again, my sincerest appreciation to all of you for your time and support. Let's live life to the fullest. Dios Mabalos, Mabuhay ang Makati chapter.
Yes, that's ARQUIVIVO, okay? Aiming to adapt to these changing times, okay? Thank you for your inspiring words, Architect Luis Nicanor Aguirre, UAP Makati Chapter President. We are only in the first half of our program, but before that, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Architect Roger Villarosa, a past president of Makati Chapter, and okay, so we now have more than 133 participants here in our Zoom meeting, right? So you are free to react, to use the reaction button, So, yeah, okay. So now, our lecture from Architect Gerald Lico is coming up next. So we are also giving away lots of exciting prizes. So please make sure to stay with us until the end of the event.
Yes, because guys, only those who are present during the raffle are qualified to win. Our prizes include 4 power banks from DAVIES, 2 books titled Keep It Simple and Renzo Piano, care of Architect Jaime Hermogenes. We will also be giving away 2 air purifiers, 3 coffee makers, and a 43-inch smart TV, all from BOYSEN Nico.
Yes.
Okay.
No?
With that, we would like to thank our sponsors, BOYSEN, DAVIES, Diamond Concept, and Design Armoire and Multirich. We'd also like to thank our media partners, Finest Media PH and Golden Gold Productions for helping us make this event possible. Syempre, we would also like to thank all of the participants who are here with us today. There are now 135 participants in our Zoom room. Okay.
Wow, galing, huh? Okay, cool.
Okay, also to all attendees, this is very important. To qualify for your CPD point, please make sure to rename your Zoom ID using the following format. Your UAP chapter, _ surname, comma, first name. So for me, that should be UAPMC _ Domingo, comma, Thea. Okay? Ikaw, Miko, paano yung sa'yo?
Well, mine is UAPMC _ Karandang. Mahaba yung name ko eh. Michael Conrad or Miko na lang. Okay.
All right. Again, the format should be your UAP chapter _ surname, comma, then your first name. Very important, guys, to qualify for your CPD point. All right. Also, be sure to answer the assessment test on today's talk, which will be emailed to you after the seminar. Excited ka na ba sa seminar natin, Miko?
Of course. Very, very excited. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, before we move forward to the next half of our program, we would like everyone to relax for a while and indulge in another heartwarming performance by Architect Leandro Bayot Jr.
And here's another song. This is called I Can. What do you do when the word says you're through? You're standing in the dark. What do you say when hope fades away and you're left with a broken heart? Tell me, where do you find the strength you need to answer the call? The place to begin is when you fall. Where do you go when there's nowhere to go? Wondering how you're gonna leave. What do you feel when it all seems so real and there's nothing more to give? Tell me, who do you call when your chips are down and you face your fears alone? That's when you reach down inside and become strong. I can achieve what seems impossible. I can, 'cause I'm a believer, and I can. If given a chance, I'll seize the opportunity. I'm someone who believes that I can. Why do you try and continue to try? No matter what the outcome is, over again you're looking ahead and finding answers to the quiz. Tell me, who do you get back up again? In spite of how hard you fall, you'll find who you are through it all. I can achieve what seems impossible. I can, 'cause I'm a believer. You know I can. If given a chance, I'll seize the opportunity. I'm someone who believes that I can. I can rise above the clouds and reach beyond the sky. I can soar if I believe. Just spread my wings and fly. Spread my wings and fly. I can. Cause I'm someone who believes I can. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you, Architect Leandro Bayot. Okay, so we would like to acknowledge the presence of Architect Joey Manalad, UAP Secretary General. We have here Architect Philip Recto, Architect Nanette Segovia, Architect Arlen de Guzman, Architect Rogelio Caringal, Architect Eben Madukdok, Architect Ricky Martinez, Architect Clary Lemdico, Architect Vic Lemdico. Of course, we also have here National Auditor Architect Albert Dumlao, Deputy District Director Ferdinand de la Paz, Parañaque Palanyag Chapter President Michelle Cuneta, Port Bonifacio Chapter President Joel Quirino, Architect Pete Raralio Jr. Okay, am I missing? Of course, Makati CBD Chapter President Norvin Malyari and Cavite Aguinaldo Central Chapter President James Art Pimentel. And of course, we also have here Makati Greenbelt Past Chapter President Beverly Glory, Architect Elwin Buenaventura. Okay, so again, to all the attendees, to qualify for your CPD points, please make sure to rename your Zoom ID using the following format: UAP chapter _ surname, then first name. Diba? And also, be sure to answer the assessment test on today's talk, which will be emailed to you after the seminar. And now, to introduce our guest speaker, please join me in welcoming UAP Makati Chapter Director for Internal Affairs, Architect Lito Tabuldan.
Tonight's speaker is known for his work in the conservation of two iconic Art Deco buildings, the Metropolitan Theater and the Rizal Memorial Coliseum. He is also a professor at the College of Architecture at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, a multi-awarded author of publications on Philippine architecture and cultural studies, designer and curator of pioneering exhibitions in architecture, and producer and director of documentaries on Philippine-built environments such as Lunan, Master Builders, and Deco Decoded. He is the author of Edifice Complex, Power, Meat, and Marcos Estate Architecture 2003, and Arkitektong Filipino, A History of Architecture and Urbanism in the Philippines 2008, among others. Apart from his academic and professional practice, he held office as the head of the National Committee on Architecture and Allied Arts of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts 2007 to 2013, and as the University Architect of the University of the Philippines 2008 to 2014. He served as the consulting architect 2015 to 2018 for the restoration of the Manila Metropolitan Theater and presently a consulting architect for the city of Valenzuela in the Philippines. Architects, sponsors and friends of the industries, it is my privilege to introduce to you Architect Gerard Lico. Please give him a virtual round of applause.
Modernism provided the means for a new nation in the mid-century to craft a kind of architecture that did not only represent progress, but also offered a decolonizing agenda, since modern architecture was perceived as untainted by stylistic vocabularies and images associated with the colonial practice. The old colonial style were not acceptable as models for the new independent nations. And the indigenous or traditional architecture was, on the other hand, viewed as primitive, rural, or even backward. Modernism therefore became a popular choice, for it provided the progressive image for the new nation state. The modern architecture and monuments provided venues to establish spatial and temporal references to sustain social continuity. So, even collective memory. It also sustained the peripheral loyalties to a new body politic. We must remember that the state is invisible. It must be symbolized architecturally before it can be loved, imagined before it can be conceived. Post-independence architecture in the Philippines endeavored to dispense an image that stimulates a nationalistic spirit, inspire patriotism, and invoke faith in the unknown future of the national imagination. By 1953, the Philippines hosted the Manila International Fair in Luneta as a showcase in the global arena that the Philippines had recovered from the ashes of war and that the Philippines was undergoing the process of modernization. So let us look at some of the photos of that event. So in this event, there were other nations that were invited in the event. It was sited in Luneta. It was meant to project in the global arena that the Philippines had come of age. No? Naging bagong bansa na siya. No? And para ipakita sa mundo na nakabangon na tayo sa guho ng digmaan. So, if you look at the buildings immediately after, they renounce classicism. Because classicism, the ornaments of neoclassicism were associated with the colonial practice. And for a new nation, it was no longer accepted na gagamitin natin yung mga Greco-Roman elements to sustain the national architecture. So, if you look at the buildings, for example, here in UP, although we can see that the massing of the building is classical, it's stripped classicism actually, pero the volumes, the articulation of space is classical, but the ornaments, the classical ornaments were expunged from the surface of the building. So new building geometries were developed, which was made possible by the new technological advances in the production of steel, structural steel, prefabricated components, and reinforced concrete. Concrete was the material of modernity. Tropical architecture was institutionalized in the mid-20th century as a derivative of modernism, an adaptation to the tropical climate by incorporating passive cooling techniques with cross ventilation and sun shading devices for human comfort. It is also a discourse that is presented itself as natural and determined solely by a purely rational response to climatic factors. It seems to be free from ideological or political underpinnings. Pero meron siyang political or subtle political undertones. The brise-soleil, sand baffles, the pier screen were simple devices applied externally to tropicalize and tame the climate-insensitive design of modernism. So these devices were meant to modulate not only the tropical sun, but to give it, to give our tropical buildings character. The brise-soleil became ubiquitous devices to refashion modern buildings to suit the tropical climate. These devices, largely made of reinforced concrete, traverse building exterior with vertical and horizontal fins, protecting interiors from heat and glare. Its contemporary resurgence was fueled by the need to arrest the effects of climate change and the pitfalls of an air-conditioned nation. So if you look at this slide, this building looks familiar. So perhaps this was the inspiration of Cesar Concho when he designed the central volume or the central building doon sa University of the Philippines. So it's the Quezon Hall or the admin building. So here you will see that there's a central void and it's lined with columns. No? But the columns are no longer classical because the orders were removed. No? So remember, modern architecture there's a disdain for ornament. No? So it coincided with our aspiration to remove anything that is associated with the American colonial practice. So yung mga Corinthian column, Ionic column, it easily reminds us of American colonialism. So in our new building in the University of the Philippines, they were stripped of those colonial association. And if you look at the University of the Philippines campus, it was in a way a laboratory to experiment architectural modernism in the country. So dito in-express yung iba't ibang manifestation ng modernism. So remember, nandyan din yung simbahan na very unique na gumamit ng tin shell technology. It was designed by Locsin. We will go into that later. So, yan. Looking back at the structure, it still carries the volume, the massing of classical architecture. And yet, it feels modern because of the lack of ornament appended onto its surface. Okay? So, another obvious or palpable example of architectural imitation is that when you compare these two buildings, the first building is the work of Oscar Niemeyer. It's the St. Francis Church in Pamplona, Brazil, versus the Church of the Risen Lord of Cesar Concho in the University of the Philippines campus in Diliman. So it's the building is pioneering at that time because it used tin shell construction technique. So yung manipis na shell using concrete. So this was totally a new technology at that time because architects at this point in time tried to explore the plasticity of concrete to generate exciting geometries through complex mathematical computation. So in this case, itong simbahan na to, although inspired ng St. Francis sa Pamplona, Brazil, it's in a way Filipinized because there was a lot of windows and a lot of louvers to allow for cross ventilation. So geometrically, the building is a tin shell with a hyperbolic paraboloid form. So the 1950s is also the space age. So usong-uso yung science fiction. So the craze for reaching the stars, reaching or exploring the vastness of space, inspired architects to produce parang architecture na mukhang spaceship. So looking at, again, in UP Diliman, we see the Locsin's first work, the Church of the Holy Sacrifice, which is made of tin shell. Again, tin shell construction. So all the way, it has 3 inches yung kanyang yung kanyang thickness. So it was formed using just mere plywood forms. But if you look at the building, so habang tinitignan ko nga itong picture na to, it seems that it's floating. So it's a parang kakaland pa lang na the flying saucer. So looking at this, it must have been at that time breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Because nga, it's concrete and yet you are able to form concrete in a variety of plastic form. So for me, I call it soft modernism because yung pagka-plastic, yung plasticity, yung ability ng konkreto as a liquid stone to be shaped in various form, makikita mo yung versatility ng konkreto as a modern. So I believe, no, or I think si Locsin was inspired by Pier Luigi Nervi's arena, no, the Palazzetto dello Sporto in Roma. No? So this is the interior. So you have here the oculus, no? May oculus sa gitna to allow for, di ba? Tropical, no? Tropical kasi nga yung hot air goes up, so it's a way to to escape. So meron din mga butas sa side, no, to allow for cross ventilation. So the space age, no, also birthed, no, mga residential buildings, no, that looks like spaceship. No? Take for example the house of Artemio Reyes, no? Makikita natin ito sa Araneta Avenue, no? So it's inspired by the Jetsons, no? But it's because dito makikita mo yung potential talaga ng konkreto, no, to be molded, no, as you desire it to become, no? So this is by Zaragoza. It's a tin shell, but it's a combination of tin shell and folded plate, no? So for Zaragoza, for the Union Church, he used, no, folded plate technology to generate, no, an anahaw-like form, no, for the Union Church, no, in Makati. So the building has been demolished, no? So but I guess, no, and perhaps, no, Zaragoza, who is also fond of Brazilian architecture, and he also apprenticed with Oscar Niemeyer, makikita mo yung influence, no, ni Oscar Niemeyer, no? So especially dito, if we trace it back, the Union Church must have been inspired by the Cathedral of Brasilia. So even other works of Zaragoza, the use of brisule. So other architects, Locsin also employed, no, yung pier screen, or these are ornamental ventilation blocks, no, to allow for cross ventilation. So this simply, kasi di ba pag modernism, it's glass, it's cubic volume, so it could be anywhere, but through the use of breeze blocks, no, we call it breeze block or pier screen, nagiging responsive yung modern architecture sa tropical climate. So ito, no, the use of horizontal sun shading devices. So Pablo Antonio also designed, no, in the 1950s yung this building in Carriedo. So for the New Republic, so si Federico Illustre also designed a series of buildings that is tinged with classicism, and yet it's modern and enveloped, no, with layers of brisule, no, especially in the GSIS building, no? So si Illustre din, meron din siyang circular element, no, dun sa Veterans Building na mukhang spaceship. No? Tapos look at the building, no? Look at the facade of the building. It's curving following the radius, no, of the flying saucer lobby. So this is a picture. This building was demolished, no, several years ago. So in UST also, no, new buildings were to be clad, no, with brisule, no, UP, no. And this one, this is an iconic, this is a unique because it's a capital building for the province of Rizal, designed by Roberto Gaite. It's obviously inspired by Brazilian architecture. Particularly, yan mga diamond shape appendages na yan was inspired by the Alvorada Palace, no? Also designed by Oscar Niemeyer. So, yeah. But in the 1960s also, 1960s, 1950s, there was a return, no, to the vernacular. But this return to the vernacular could be traced back as early as in the 1930s, no, when Juan Arellano advocated, no, a return to vernacular. So, may face si Juan Arellano na talagang tinignan niya yung yung traditional architecture, no? And this was evident, for example, in the Cotabato City Hall building, which he designed in the 1930s. No? So it's concrete, and yet you will see through the roof, no? It has a cross gable finial, no? Associated with the Tausug architecture, no? So it's the Tajuk Pasung, no? Tajuk Pasung. So also in the 1950s, the Manyosa brother tried to revisit Malayan traditional architecture to generate the roof silhouette, no, of the pool house in Balara. So this was actually the Manyosa brothers' first work, no, led by Bobby Manyosa. No? Ito yung sa pool house sa Balara. So even nung space age, 1960s, si Otilio Arellano designed, no, the Pavilion of the Philippines for the New York's World's Fair, no, in 1964. The building, no, you see here, no, katabi niya yung Unisphere, is inspired by the Salakot, no? Salakot pero spaceship, no? It's a Salakot that's about to levitate, no, to outer space. So this is the actual building, no, in the exposition. So also, exposition provided a venue, no, for the Philippines to showcase our nation, no, how we want to perceive, no, our nation ba in the global arena, no? Paano natin i-project yung sarili natin sa mundo, no? So si Locsin, no, in the 1970 Osaka exposition, we were represented by a pavilion that looks like a vinta, no? Vinta shape, no? So very poetic. So these are some of, but inside you have a lot of hardwood surfaces. So in the 1960s, we have this question. No? Actually, this article was taken from the PIA journal. Can we develop a native architecture? So as early as the 1960s, tinatanong na natin yan. So ano ang mga pinakita dyan? So mga works ni Felipe Mendoza, for example, Holiday Hills. No? Kung titignan natin, you have this dragon-like, no, a gargoyle. No? Actually, these are inspired by the Naga. No? Naga are mythical serpent in the Austronesian vernacular. Yung ating larger culture in Southeast Asia, naniniwala tayo sa mythical serpent, no? Yung Naga. So tingnan nyo, ginamit dyan as gargoyle, no? Na as downspout. No? Yan. Holiday Hills, so it's no longer extant. So si Manyosa also played with roof silhouette, no? To generate Philippine modernist architecture. So, for example, in his Sulu restaurant, no, you see, no, merong protruding beam, may protruding roof beam, no, na parang Naga, no, and it's gracefully curving down. No? So it's an ode to the Malay roof. No? So this is the Sulu Hotel, Sulu restaurant, not Sulu Hotel. Sulu restaurant in Makati. No? So notice also, no, the landscape design. The landscape design was by IP Santos. No? Notice those pattern. No? So it's typical of IP Santos. So Nakpil also designed, no, iconic buildings in the 1960s. He abandoned, no, the Art Deco style, no, to embrace the new technology, no? New technique like folded plate technology. No? Yung folded plate kasi parang tinupi-tuping papel, no? It's a strong geometry kasi yung folds, no? Pag pinagsama-sama mo, creates a stiff geometry, no? So take for example, this is a bank, no? Very familiar tayo dito kasi nadadaanan natin ito sa may rotonda, no? When you go to Quezon Avenue, no, from Espanya. So it's a circular bank, no? So meron din siyang dinesign, no, for the Rizal Theater, no, gumamit siya ng folded plate technology. No? So look at this building. This must have been awe-inspiring at that time. So actually, some architects would, like Nakpil, would recycle their works. For example, this is his proposal for UP Theater. It's very similar to the Rizal Theater. So SSS building. Look at the canopy. It's folded plate. So even the brisole, the pier screen, it's beautiful. So we have Zaragoza's iconic Meralco building with a slightly curving vertical fins. Okay? So it's a very beautiful building, and his Philippine Banking Corporation building, which was demolished several years ago. So this is Federico Illustre's Manila International Airport. So ganda, very modern, ultra modern. And now we have Carlos Arguelles Film Life building. So it's a very transparent building, and yet it's protected by a wrap-around series of louvers. So that's Film Life building. So this is the interior. So makita natin sa loob. Okay. So it's a unique this one, the Department of Agriculture building. So we see the Carabao head. This was designed by Federico Illustre. The Carabao head provides an instant motif to make the building Filipino. More so when you look at the pier screen. Looking at this closely, the pier screen is actually an abstraction of the Carabao head. Okay. In the 1970s, when Imelda Marcos and Ferdinand seized power, so they used architecture, and brutalism was the language wherein they sustained their claim to power. So they have some sort of edifice complex. In my book, Edifice Complex, I trace the genealogy of this architecture and link it to the legitimation of their rule. So I link power and architecture. So modernism was employed by the Marcos regime. The tropical modernism was employed by the Marcos regime to sustain the collective imagination. Meaning, diba, kasi kung titignan mo yung Marcos regime, they rummage the primeval past. So ni-revive yung barangay, ni-revive yung mga icons from the primeval past to sustain yung legitimacy of the new society. So remember, at that time, we have yung isang bansa, isang diwa. So ginamit nila yung modernism as a way to showcase their power, and nagpagawa pa ng mga bust. So they projected themselves as the reincarnation of Malakas and Maganda. So the centerpiece of the Marcos agenda for modern architecture was the brutalist group of building and sum of building in the CCP. So although Locsin employed raw concrete, brutalist architecture, and rectilinear forms, most of the buildings allude to the Bahay Kubo. So tropical pa rin ang inspiration, but the Bahay Kubo in a poetic sense, because the building's geometry attempted to capture the volumetric buoyancy or the visual lightness of the Bahay Kubo. Remember that the Bahay Kubo is suspended by stilts. So that quality is being resonated poetically by Locsin through the cantilever volumes for the CCP buildings. Okay? So, yeah. So, there are some buildings that employed, no? Again, yung truncated pyramid became a typical motif, no? So, it was first employed in the building of, yung Locsin's design for the Makiling Art Center, no? So, you have truncated pyramid, and this would later emerge, no, as a formulaic device, no, to create yung triangular, yung pyramidal roof, no? So makikita natin sa Batasang Pambansa ni Felipe Mendoza, no? That's Batasang Pambansa in the 1980s, no? And even in Baguio Convention Center, designed by Jorge Ramos, no? So some buildings, no? So some buildings, because the 1970s was a period also of oil crisis, no? And buildings were considered as malaking kinukonsumo ng energy when it comes to air conditioning. So kaya yung mga Filipino architects use the language of tropical regionalism. So meaning, manghihiram ng elemento from vernacular architecture but re-articulating it in the language of modernity. So Locsin also, no, created this majestic, no, Benguet Center, no, alluding to the rugged mountains, no, of the Cordilleras, with a series of vertical volumes clad in riprap. Tapos may mga horizontal volumes which are the offices, no? So another I think, no, although he's a neo-vernacular architect, si Francisco Mañosa, no, iba yung kanyang version ng modernism, no? Instead, talagang talagang para sa kanya, Filipino architecture must germinate, no, from the bahay kubo. And what is the materiality of the bahay kubo? It's bamboo, no? So kawayan ang staple material. For example, he designed this Eucharistic altar, no, in the 1980s, employing bundled bamboos, no? So si Mañosa, hindi naman siya totally hindi naman kinokopya niya directly yung bahay kubo, but rather pinoprocess niya. He used new technologies to reinvent, no, the materiality of the vernacular architecture. For example, pag-aaralan yung coconut, pag-aaralan yung iba't ibang potential ng other botanic materials found in the Philippines, no, indigenous materials. So even LRTs, no, yung mga LRT stations were designed by Mañosa to resonate, no, the bahay kubo at every station. No? So, yan, for him nga, no, for him nga yung LRT para siyang may silong, no, may silong sa baba, yung sa ibaba ng station could become a civic space, no, to display art, pwedeng cafe, no. So tapos one of the iconic buildings he designed, no, using the tropical regionalist approach, is the San Miguel headquarters, no, in Ortigas. So it's actually in terms of iconography, no, it's very green, no. It's actually inspired by the terrace, no, the terrace geometry of the rice terraces of the Cordilleras. So, but looking at the cross section, inaral talaga, no, yung cross ventilation. So it was supposed to be fitted with solar panels, no, and the window systems are slanted so as to divert, no, direct sunlight hitting the interior of the building. It was very well thought of, no. So he also designed, no, the Coconut Palace, no? So the most tropical, no, of all buildings he designed because he used coconut. No? This was commissioned by the First Lady Imelda Marcos. No? Because for Imelda, the coconut was a tropical plant. A tropical plant that is considered as the tree of life. Kasi lahat ng parte ng coconut magagamit mo. And for the design brief, si Manyosa was tasked to look for the architectural applications of coconut. So, yan. So, gumamit siya ng hexagon pattern, the hexagon pattern as a module for designing the spaces within the building. And at the same time, because the hexagon was the ideal form when you cut the coconut for construction purposes. And he inverted the coconut tree, according to Manyosa when I interviewed him for my exhibit. He invented a Filipino classic because the columns of the coconut palace ay neither Corinthian nor Doric. It's a Filipino classic. So binaligtad yung kasi yung track malaki yung makapal yung base. So pag mukha siya column. Okay, so ito yung sinasabi ko na yung module niya was hexagon. So this is the interior. So everything, the potentials of coconut were employed and creatively applied to the building. But today, the coconut trunks there are made of fiberglass na. When we visited, when it was used by as the office of the Vice President of the Republic. So Manyosa's house is a manifestation of his philosophy of tropical modernism. Simply because he practices what he preached. So yung bahay niya mismo is windowless. Pero yung mga eaves sobrang sobrang mahaba at bukas na bukas. So to allow for maximum cross ventilation. So even yung kanyang bedroom is open, pwedeng mag-isda. So maraming manifestation ang tropical modernism. So to conclude, the prevailing architecture of the 20th century is that of the modernist ideology. Yet, modernism was translated in the local architectural production, laced with dramatic plurality as Filipino architects attempted to imprint Filipino identity upon their work by endowing these tropicalizing elements with nativist forms and even use it to formulate the state spectacle. Through these mediations and interpretation, we recognize how Filipino architects were able to exercise their ingenuity and creativity in expressing the forms of modernism derived from the West and adopted to conform to the socio-political, economic, cultural, climatic sphere of the local context. These forms range from the absurd, nakita natin mga salakot, to literal pastiche, kinokopya yung ARQUIVIVO, to highly metaphorical design schemes like that of Luxin. Details, symbolism, iconography of design were strategically chosen to imbue and engage the modern building with the discourse of Philippine identity. When analyzed, modern architecture in the Philippines cannot be simplistically reduced to mere faithful facsimiles of foreign counterparts, but they must be taken as a complex product resulting from the rigorous process of adaptation, mediation, and transformation. Thank you. Good evening.
All right, so based on the lecture tonight, Philippine modern architecture is truly an evolution from our colonial history, no? Thank you, Architect Gerard A. Lico, for such an insightful lecture. But also, he will be joining us today for the discussion. Let us all welcome Architect Gerard A. Lico. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
All right.
Magandang gabi
Okay.
sa lahat.
So before we move on to the discussion, let's look at the chat box on our Zoom room. Madami nang nag-i-interact dito. Like, sayang yung mga building na na-demolish, di na na-preserve, ang gaganda pa naman. That's true. Jasmine Adriano from UAP Makati. All right, what else? No need for foreign designer from Jasmine again. All right, dapat hindi nila dinedemolish from Saji Lumido, UAP Makati chapter. Also,
yes, we have here also from Architect Lito Tabuldan. It seems that our law for protecting this architectural heritage structure has no teeth at all. Hearing from Architect Gerard Lico's lecture, most of the buildings can only be seen in the books. This is saddening and alarming. Hopefully, our leaders can do something about this. Diba?
Right.
Already left. Konti na lang, diba?
Totoo. Also, here's one from Daryl Jairon Mamon from UAP Makati again. I think it need to show on multimedia such as webcomics so that the new generation of architects can appreciate it. Oh, it makes sense, no? Parang if i-showcase natin siya into other multimedia, kumbaga, media platforms. All right. Okay, so of course, to look back or learn about Philippine architecture and its history is essential because it helps us understand how architecture influences our society and culture.
Yes, and also extending the role of architecture. It includes to represent and preserve our culture and heritage as well. Diba? So the examples shown earlier of the works of our great local architects of the past can hopefully inspire us to rethink the way we design, to include bits and pieces of our culture and heritage combined with modernity. Okay?
Right.
So, and speaking of architecture and Philippine history, we are honored that our next guest can be with us here tonight. He is the CEO of Manyosa & Company, Inc. since 2009 and has been managing partner of A. Manyosa & Architects since 2003. He is also a founding member of the Philippine Green Building Council and a proud member of the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter. Son of National Artist for Architecture, Architect Francisco Bobby Manyosa. Please welcome Architect Angelo Jello Manyosa.
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to anybody.
All right, so we can start the discussion. So, guys, if you have questions, you can just type it in the chat box. Also, yes,
may
sir.
tanong ako kay Jello, no? So,
Okay.
of course, we recognize, no, the iconic buildings, no, designed by Manyosa, no, by Bobby Manyosa. He's considered as the father, no, of the neo-vernacular movement in the Philippines, no. Miski nga yung green building movement, hindi pa nga siya napapangalanan. Green practice na si Bobby Manyosa. So, apart from architecture, what are the other contributions of Manyosa to Philippine culture? No? Ano ba yung ibang contribution niya other than buildings? Kasi when we did the Beyond Architecture exhibition, ang daming hindi nakakaalam yung iba pang contribution ni Bobby Manyosa sa Philippine culture. Ano-ano nga ito, Jello?
Yeah, do I come in clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. If there's one thing that I can honestly say, one of I think Dad's bigger contributions was really helping build the local indigenous industry. it was really a time when there was really hardly any local materials that were really thriving. You couldn't really go out and get coconut inlay. You couldn't get a bamboo panel. You couldn't get weavings, abaka weavings the way we do wallpapers today. You couldn't get runo, or a lot of these industries. I really believe arguably started with Dad. I remember a lot of them would come to the office before. I wasn't even in architecture at the time, but he would come and he'd show me and he'd say, "Jello, look at this. They're making now forks and knives out of bamboo." So he would have them make me small utensils so that I could actually eat with it, and then he would challenge the manufacturer to say, can you make this bend so that I can use it as a grab bar for a chair? Could you try to weave it so that I can make it a paneling for a ceiling? And a lot of the suppliers who ended up working with Dad actually got pretty challenged, and they were actually happy to come up with it. And I guess what he was trying to do was elevate simple handicrafts to world-class standards. And by doing so, surprised a lot of the local suppliers, and then used it in many of the projects. And to this day, I can name you some major players in the industry that really started working with Dad. Like the guys who were doing abaka rugs for the coconut palace are now doing all the matting rugs for Mercedes-Benz in Germany. There are guys who were playing with rattan permacane that were really literally doing work on a garage, making chairs, and now it's a multi-million-dollar industry of exporting. And a lot of them really started with Dad, and he really pushed them to go as far as they could. So we had a fantastic array of indigenous materials in a library back then, and we still do today. But a lot of them were purely experimental. They were experimenting with him as he was experimenting with his architecture. They were experimenting with their products as well, and they kind of grew together. So when a lot of architects at the time were looking at different concrete, looking at steel, the modern materials being imported into the Philippines at the time, Dad was really playing with a lot of these indigenous materials to see how far they could go. And that actually what fostered a lot. Today, you can literally go to Manila Fame, and then you'll find 1,001 people doing local indigenous materials. And that puts a big smile on Dad's face for sure, because that was part of his advocacy. He was always wondering, why couldn't the Filipino accept that local material, indigenous material? And we've come to a point today where we've surpassed what the industry can do, and we make fantastic materials today. So that is one of the key factors, I think, of what he really did contribute as part of the nation building in really developing these small, medium enterprises to become world-class suppliers of these types of materials.
So in a way, he triggered new industries to develop. In a way, he is modernizing the materiality to be applied, yung indigenous materiality na modernize, kasi pinrocess ito to become something else, na-elevate niya yung na-elevate niya yung material. So
correct. Even the architecture, even the architecture was always, the Bahay Kubo was the inspiration, but you can't build a Bahay Kubo for your client. So it was always, you take the fundamentals of the Bahay Kubo and then you elevate it to a level where it's now world class. And that was the advocacy. It was to transform what was ours and then to make it acceptable to what the mainstream what mainstream architecture would then deem to be acceptable. Because Imelda had a coin. She'd always say, mass follows class, right? So how do you elevate the material to make the Filipino proud that I live in a bahay kubo, right? To be able to actually say I live in a bahay kubo and not like I live in an Asian inspired house, right? Say no, I live in a Filipino designed house. And that was the goal that Dad was always looking at. Elevate, put pride at the Filipino spirit. And then from there, everything else will follow.
So in a way, he was able to transcode no yung essential qualities ng bahay kubo to something modern, no. Hindi siya yung literal, no. So of course, sabihin kasi gawa sa indigenous materials, pero makikita natin na it's it's more poetic, no, rather than copying, no, what is literally the bahay kubo. So meron siyang natatranscode niya yung yung essential elements, pati yung devices, no, especially the passive cooling devices, no. Even before nga yung sustainable architecture na uso, di ba, ina-apply na yan ni Bobby, like yung sa San Miguel, no, San Miguel building. Nakikita natin hindi pa uso yung solar panel, meron ng solar panel dun sa sa facade, no. So he was really ahead of his time.
Correct, and that was the big challenge I think many times that he had, was trying to convince a client to accept the culture, to accept the tradition, to accept the material, which was always a big challenge. No?
All right, yeah, okay. So Architect Bobby Manyosa truly see creative potential in mundane or simple things. No? Thank you so much, Architect Jello, for that answer. And thank you, Architect Gerard, for your question. Okay, right now, Miko, do you have questions for our guests? Yes, Miko? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
From past President Architect Elwin Buenaventura, how can this materiality be a commodity? I think it's for Architect Jello.
How can the materiality be? Can you expound on that question? Sorry.
Yeah, it's basically basically the use of local materials, right? So
yeah,
and how to be more spread out to actually promote it availability.
Yeah, I guess the whole idea really is the acceptability of the material. And this was a spiel my dad would always tell to all his clients that would walk in our door. Is he would always say, I will do coconut floor for your, I'll put Nara floor for your driver's room, and I will use Italian marble for the maid's room, and maybe I will use beautiful Molave wood for the kitchen. Your master's bedroom I will do in coconut, and your living room I will do in bamboo. Will you accept? And of course the typical answer would be, this architect medyo sira ulo. No, architect, I like Italian marble. I like my wife likes Molave. Maybe bamboo for the kitchen, and maybe coconut for the other utility areas, right? And so it was that level of acceptability. So then he would come up and say, this is what I call the coconut palace, right? And this is what I now call the bamboo mansion. And this is how we use bamboo, and this is how we use coconut. And all of a sudden it becomes, okay, now if you're using coconut that way, that's a different story. So his point was, you have to take a material that is acceptable to all levels of classes. It doesn't matter whether you're rich, poor, because his point was, why is it that in Japan, the head of Sony Corporation and the lonely Japanese farmer enjoy the same shoji rice partitions? Why is it that a tatami flooring is acceptable to both of them as well, right? There's no separation on the materiality of what is local and indigenous to Japan. And so his point was, you have to accept who you are as a Filipino. You have to accept that coconut is part of who we are. We use bamboo, we use abaca, we use runos, we use all sorts of local indigenous materials which make us uniquely Filipino. But of course, if we innovate on the material, then it becomes, you have the acceptability. Once there is the acceptability, then I guess to answer your question, there's that materiality. Then it becomes world class. You can now begin to export your materials. You can create your furniture. You can export, and it becomes acceptable to the rest of the world because it's at a level where it actually works well, and it doesn't be looked at as parang bakya, or it doesn't be it doesn't be looked at as a material for the less privileged. It becomes an acceptable material for all facets of society, and that was, I think, the one of the big goals for the use of indigenous materials when he was doing that thrust. And this thrust was really happening in the 70s and 80s, when you couldn't even hear a Filipino OPM played on the radio at the time. Everything was all foreign influences. We were being bombarded by foreign influences at the time. So he was kind of like a lonely type of an architect, just experimenting and playing around with his own thing. And that's why a lot of the local small medium enterprises really walked into his door, and that's how he was able to meet inventors. Really, sometimes a lot of the materials that were being done and made were really inventions. The coconut chandelier you see in the Coconut Palace, that's purely an invention designed by the office at the time. They started playing with tables, with the rice cuttings, the payatas rice cuttings. Again, purely inventions. They were playing with wallpapers made of ginit from a coconut tree, and that was purely inventions while the project was running. So a lot of them were saying that he was crazy at the time, because you were dealing with the Marcoses at the time, who everything had to be spick and span, but done very, very well. But he had a lot of faith in a lot of these guys, and sometimes there were two guys working in a garage, and that was it. That was the industry, and they were given this big project to handle, and the clients were saying, "You're crazy to have these guys do this kind of project." I remember there was one time, it was Mactan Shangri-La, and Dad was working on that, and they were looking for chairs that were going to be used in the hotel, and Dad recommended this guy Eduardo Elizabal, who was starting out at that time, and he actually had two guys working in a garage, and they went to do a site visit, and they looked at him and they were saying, "You're crazy, this guy, there's no way he can supply things for Shangri-La." But it's like, just give the guy a chance. And today, the industry has, their industry, he runs 9 factories and so on. The rest is history. But a lot of these guys got their breaks and a lot of chances with Dad, and I think that's what kind of elevated all these guys to be able to have a voice, right? To really have a voice in a sea of just international materials, to be able to step up and show the best of Filipino design and Filipino materials. Today, like I say, architects are very spoiled today, because you go, like I said, the Fame Show, you'll see so many choices on local materials and local indigenous materials, and it's amazing the things that are being done today. So what you have to put, Dad, is in the context of, it was a time when there was no such thing as any of that. So a lot of these things had to be invented as the projects were running, and so it was a lot more challenging, but he actually found it quite fun.
Yeah, it shows up your dad is really the prime mover in terms of promoting local products. As you can see, like nowadays, all houses, be it in the barrios, in the big houses in Manila, there are so many indigenous materials that we use for different products, diba? It's very, very, it's a constant fixture already in the Philippines, no? Thank you. So now,
Okay.
so for us, okay. We have
All
one.
right. Okay.
Gerald Dico here. As a historian, what is your opinion? What is your opinion with the direction of local architecture since 2000? Where are we going?
Actually, we are in the era of post-modernity, no? So it's actually influenced, no, by the forces of globalization. The tendency of globalization is that it tends to homogenize, no, the architectural products were kahit nasa US ka or in Kabul, pare-pareho na itsura. But because of a new generation, no, yung new generation, the millennials, no, who are reared in the digital world, they are looking for something tangible, no. They are looking for an identity to anchor themselves, no, yung something physical. So in a way, the millennials are driving, no, this yearning for the past, no, for a truly Filipino identity. So makikita natin, even though now we are pursuing a global, no, a global style, a distinction, no, merong nagpo-produce tayo ng distinction to make our architecture unique, no. And the millennial architects, no, yung mga generation now, will take over, no, and they ano, no, they are insightful of the past, no. They will revere the past, and actually magkakaroon, no, I believe after this pandemic, no, there will be a resurgence of rediscovering, no, what Filipino architecture is, what is indigenous, no, in the same way that when ano, no, di ba, in after the pandemic, no, in the 1920s, no, nagkaroon ng resurgence, no, yung Art Deco, no. So yung Art Deco was also reflective of the past. Kasi right now, parang napaka-precarious ng situation natin. We cannot go out. So in a way, yung ating immediate environment, yung nagiging source ng inspiration natin. So I believe, no, that after this pandemic, there will be a resurgence of Philippine architecture.
If I can add to Gerard's answer, no. One of the big problems that I see today, you know, before, if you actually wanted to get inspired with architecture, you'd end up having to travel out of the country. So you'd have to physically buy a plane ticket, you'd travel abroad, you'd see new structures, you'd get your inspiration, then you'd come back and you'd create your own. It took some time to do that, and that was during Dad and Tito Lindy's time, no. So but you did have to travel. Travel was an essential part. It took a while for that influence to start coming into the country. Today, with the onset of the internet, and I'm talking in the last less than 20 years, to get inspiration and to get ideas is like an instant gratification, right? Today you go to Instagram, you go to Pinterest. You can literally just Google what you're looking for, search what you're looking for, and it'll just bombard you with ideas from all over the world. So globalization tends to speed up. The danger of that is that you no longer have to travel. You no longer have to move around. You can do virtual tours in a lot of these amazing buildings, but it also starts making a lot of the young ones become copycats of foreign architecture. And you start seeing a lot of foreign architecture influences again, and it's starting to bombard everyone, as Joel says, and so it's starting to become a very less conducive creative environment. People are taking ideas, tweaking it, and then calling it theirs and calling it unique, and it's not the case. So we always thought, and we still feel the same way, the dividing line of what changes global architecture from our local architecture is culture. So as long as you stay the course and you understand Philippine culture and Philippine traditions, then you can still keep architecture that is uniquely ours. You understand our environment, our climate, which is hot, humid climates. You understand our culture, and you design based on those two very fundamental factors. Even if you're bombarded with foreign influences, you're still kind of on the right track. But right now, I can guarantee you, majority of architects really bombard themselves with Pinterest. They see what the latest trends are, and then they follow trends rather than setting trends. And that's the danger of the internet era. The accessibility of ideas is quick and it's fast and it's instant. It's good and bad depending on how one sees it, right? But the danger that I really see in it is how easy it is to copy foreign architecture, and that tends to be the case, unfortunately, for a lot of the students that are learning architecture, in trying to get inspirations, right? But you will have the ones as well who stay the course, believe in a certain philosophy that they have. They believe in a certain way of thinking. They're very cultural influenced. They're very strongly influenced by nationality and the national pride, Philippine pride. Those are the ones who I believe will begin to separate themselves, because the foreign copycats tend to look great, but the ones that will stretch the long and take it really the long course, I believe, are the ones who have very strong fundamentals grounding with local culture. And hopefully that becomes the case for most of our young budding architect students, incoming, who will hopefully practice Philippine architecture.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Architect Gerardico and Architect Jello. And speaking of preserving our culture and looking back at the Philippine history, here's a question from Daryl Jairon Mamon. I am a webcomic artist showcasing the Philippine architect life, and my question is, which among the era in the past 50 years is the golden age of Philippine architecture?
Well, obviously, no, the golden age of Philippine architecture is during the martial law regime, no, wherein the government poured, no, most of its resources, no, to develop, no, iconic buildings. So if I ask you a question, after the Marcos regime, are there iconic buildings sponsored by the state? None. So talagang aral na aral yung yung state architecture nung panahon ng Marcos regime. So talaga there was really this pursuit, no, of a unitary image, no. Kaya nga 'di ba, isang bansa, isang diwa, no? One nation, one soul. And this can be tangibly expressed through the power of architecture, whether it be Manyosa or Locsin, no? Ultra-modern or neo-vernacular. So yun, undeniable, yun. It's the period of Imelda Marcos.
All right. Thank you so much, Architect Gerardico. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Miko, would you like to ask it? Or
okay, this one from Architect Ria. To both Architect Lico and Architect Jello, how do you think Filipino architecture has evolved from the modernist notions of the 20th century to the current age?
Ako sasagot una. So, Philippine architecture now is more sensitive to climate, no? So, mas na tayo kasi we are aware na of climate change. So, we are responding to this, no? At the same time, because climate change is also geographic, we are grounding, no, the architectural production within the bounds of Philippine culture. So, yun ang no? Yun ang tapos katulad ng nasabi kanina, yung internet kasi ang laki ng influence niya sa atin. Every one of us can do anything, no? YouTube, etc. Kokopyahin lang natin, and we have become adverse as in the cult of the amateur, no? So dapat iwasan natin 'yon, and to do that we should ground ourselves doon sa kultura at saka sa konteksto ng ating climate.
When I really look at Philippine architecture evolution today, one big factor really that I see is, the funny thing is there's a lot more materials, local materials that you can find today versus before. We have better technology, we have better engineering, we understand climate a whole lot better, as Architect Lico says. We have fantastic consultants now, not just on engineering, but on acoustics, on lighting, on landscaping, you name it. We have it all today. The problem we have really in terms of the evolution is we seem to have been more grounded with our culture then than we are today. At least that's the way I see a lot of evolutions happening. Many. I mean, sometimes I see architects that claim it's Philippine design, but when I look at the structure, at least this is me personal, I cannot I cannot see or rationalize how the structure is localized or Filipino. And so sometimes it becomes a click word or a coin word for some to just kind of say it is what it is, without really understanding the context of what the fundamentals were that made Philippine architecture what it is. Again, that's an arguable statement for us, I guess. But one thing for sure is that I'm happy to see, and I'm sure even my father is probably happy to see today if he were here, that there's a lot more pride in saying Philippine design, and which is why I'm totally okay with it. Because before, when I say before, I'm talking nothing more than 10 years ago, when you say, hey, is that Philippine architecture? No, it's Asian inspired. Or no, it's a Malay inspired, or it's Balinese. Never would people really say it's Pinoy, it's Philippine architecture. Today, people do that. 15 years ago, no way you would ever see the map of the Philippines on a t-shirt. Today, people wear t-shirts with Philippine flags, and they wear it with pride. You have a weightlifter who now brings in the first gold medal. You've got guys like Manny Pacquiao, you've got guys like Lea Salonga. All these key people bring pride, and today there's a lot more pride in the Filipino in general. So when we look at Philippine architecture, if there's one big difference, is that there's a lot more pride with Philippine architects saying, I design Filipino. And I think that was one of Dad's biggest advocacy when he was like trying to push in his lectures and being so makulit. How wonderful it would be for us to finally accept who we are and say we design Filipino. And that, I think, is one of the biggest wins. The biggest wins with Philippine architecture today. Despite having everything else, it's the acceptability. We finally have reached that maturity. And that would be the biggest difference for me.
Yes. Thank you. We have now it's the end of our Q&A. So may we have some parting words from both our guests tonight? Architect Jared Lico.
Okay, I'm truly honored to be a guest here. So to know more about the philosophies of Bobby Manyosa, you can purchase the book Manyosa Beyond Architecture through Tukod Foundation and through Facade Books. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much. Again, just an honor as well to be here to speak to all our colleagues. I do hope that maybe we would be able to inspire some of the young architects. Please practice Philippine architecture, love your country, practice your culture, and always be proud to be a Filipino, because it really goes a long way. We could really do a fantastic green revolution if we all had the same mindset in the way we practice architecture. We could really transform the landscape in a fantastic way. So thank you very much for having us here.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much for that interesting and very meaningful discussion, Architect Gerard Lico and Architect Jello Manyosa. Okay, also thank you to everyone who participated in the question and answer segment. I know a lot of you still thirst to learn more and would like to ask more questions, but kindly hold on to them for now. But please do watch out for our live sessions. Marami pa po tayong sessions like this where we will be exploring and expanding on more topics. Okay, more details on our live sessions later. Okay, and of course, to award the certificate of recognition, we would like to call in again UAP Makati Chapter Secretary, Architect Abdul Rafi Deron Pangandaman.
United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Gerard Ray A. Lico, PhD, UAP, for participating as guest speaker in the online event UAP Makati Digital Induction Ceremony for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Signed by Architect Luis Niganor V. Aguirre,
FUAP AA, UAP Makati Chapter President for fiscal year 2021 to 2022, and Architect Abdurrafi Deron M. Pangandaman, UAP Makati Chapter Secretary for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Miguel Angelo S. Manyosa, UAP, CEO of Manyosa Corporation and Incorporated, for participating as moderator in the online event UAP Makati Digital Induction Ceremony, fiscal year 2021-2022. Movements in 20th Century Philippine Architecture, given this 11th day of August 2021. Signed by Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre, FUAP AA, UAP Makati Chapter President for fiscal year 2021 to 2022, and Architect Abdurrafi Deron M. Pangandaman, UAP Chapter Secretary for fiscal year 2021 to 2022.
Thank you.
Once again, we would like to extend our gratitude to our guests tonight. And to fully capture this moment, we would like to request all attendees to please open your cameras for a group photo.
Yes, please open your cameras and show us your faces. Smile, everyone. One more? Okay, keep smiling. Another one. All right, thank you everyone for participating in the group photo. Thank you again, Architect Gerard Dican, Architect Jello Manyosa. Okay, please stay with us. There are still prizes to be given away. 4 power banks from DAVIES and 2 books, Keep It Simple and Renzo Piano, care of Architect Jaime Hermujenes. And of course, we will also be giving away 2 air purifiers, 3 coffee makers, and a 43-inch smart TV, all from BOYSEN. Okay, with that, we would like to thank again our sponsors, BOYSEN, DAVIES, Diamond Concept, Design Armoire, and Multi-Rich. We would also like to thank our media partners, Finest Media PH and Golden Goat Productions, for helping us make this event possible. Also, guys, don't forget to join the raffle. Please fill in the evaluation forms, check the public chat box, and click on the raffle registration link. Again, only those who are present during the raffle are qualified to win. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Thea. To send their greetings to UAP Makati Chapter, here are the Honorable Vice President of the Philippines, Maria Leonora Leni Robredo, Honorable Makati City Mayor Marlene Abigail Abi Binay, Honorable Pagsanhan Mayor Peter Cassius Trinidad, PRC Commissioner and Likha Awardee Architect Yolanda David Reyes, PRC Board of Architecture Architect Robert Sack, and UAP National President UAP past National President Architect Jaime Marquez.
Congratulations to the members and newly inducted officers of the United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter. I hope you are all safe and well. I know it has been a very challenging year for everyone. COVID-19 continues to disrupt the way we relate to each other, the way we live, the way we work. Times like this bring great uncertainty. And with uncertainty comes social anxiety and fear. But as we have seen over the course of this past year, it is solidarity that paves our way forward. The pandemic has been a stark reminder. The only way through any crisis is together. The bigger the challenge, the greater the imperative for us to put our heads together in pursuit of a shared goal, to survive, to adapt, to build a truly better normal. We at the OVP have seen the spirit of bayanihan, this sense of communal responsibility, alive and well in the different UAP chapters that we got to work with. Your chapter, for one, has been a generous partner of our office. Thank you for donating gadgets for our community learning hubs that have reached Filipino children in different parts of the country. As the world continues to grapple with the challenges of COVID-19, we are called to intensify our efforts. We will need the best minds of your profession reimagining the future, one that is equitable, inclusive, and sustainable for all. You are in a unique position to bring this future to fruition. It starts with the things some might take for granted. It is in every overpass that is built with the differently abled in mind. It is in every restroom, ramp, staircase, or elevator used by senior citizens in times of distress or emergencies. It is in every classroom that now has to adjust to needs such as social distancing, while creating an empowering dynamic between public health and learning. It is in every public space that is designed so that people better observe COVID guidelines. A well-designed structure goes beyond providing shelter or making movement easier. It can shape an experience, it can save lives, and it can build a nation, not merely with metal, wood, or stone, but with the indestructible bedrock of compassion and communal responsibility. So as you gather today and welcome your new officers, strengthen your bonds of fellowship, deepen existing collaborations, and find ways to work on a wider and more impactful scale. Get to know your peers more, find commonalities, and initiate projects together. Share your best practices, innovations, plans, and experiences. And perhaps most importantly, reaffirm the values that bind you together, and that in fact bind you with the rest of the nation in pursuit of a shared horizon. More than just builders of homes and structures, may you also be architects of progress, fostering empowered, resilient, sustainable, and humane communities. Isang lipunan kung saan lahat nasisilungan, lahat natutulungan, at lahat inaaruga. Muli, congratulations at mabuhay ang UAP Makati.
To the leaders and members of United Architects of the Philippines, Makati City Chapter, it is with great pride and pleasure to be with you on this very special occasion on the induction ceremony of your officers. We know how important it is, especially for me, as the father of 45,000 community members spread among 16 barangays here in our town, Pagsanghan, to have solid and strong leadership with trust and confidence among your officers and with great inspiration and guidance from the Lord above. Our town of Pagsanghan, Laguna, is a hub of cultural sites and traditions, old houses and buildings that stay on and do not embrace the call for modernization and new technologies. It is prospering its existence through constant leaning to its historical foundation and making sure that the future generation will be able to witness the historical background of our town in person. Your group the United Architects of the Philippines, Makati City chapter, only intensify your crave for better and more beautiful surroundings and making our environment safe and preserved for the many generations to come. I congratulate you and your new officer under your ARQUIVIVO, which stamps your organization with the seal of new life and continuous breathing of ideas and ideals that will make our world a better place to live. The town of Pagsanghan is your welcome partner in your endeavor to expand your aims and objectives and your good intent in making our town a cultural place with better equipped mapping and applicable designs, strengthening her image as a cultural and iconic town full of history. Again, congratulations and thank you, United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter, on your induction ceremony of your officer. Thank you.
My warmest congratulations to the United Architects of the Philippines Makati City chapter, led by its president, Architect Luis Nicanor Aguirre, on its chapter officers induction ceremony. Speaking in behalf of the Professional Regulation Commission, or the PRC, and in my personal capacity as your colleague and one of your elders in the organization, I express my full support to the UAP MC as it exercises the democratic succession of its highly commendable leadership in the architecture profession through the conduct of its officers' digital induction ceremony. This undertaking is indicative of the chapter's commitment to breathe a new life, or as its theme implies, ARQUIVIVO, into the chapter's existence as it marches on together with its 1,800 plus strong membership out from these tumultuous times in our collective history, and in unison with the mother organization, the UAP National. The UAP National reaches out and touch base with the chapters and all local architects to encourage its theme, the theme for this administration, which is member first, unity in diversity, and good governance. The active involvement of UAP, along with its local and international chapters, with the PRC and the Board of Architecture, has indeed made significant investments for our Filipino architects in their education and training, particularly through PRC's flagship programs on continuing professional development, or CPD, and the Career Progression and Specialization Program, or the CPSP, and in the employment facilitation through the mutual recognition arrangements, or what we call the MRAs, of APEC and ASEAN Architects Registry. And I can see that President Aguirre is also an ASEAN architect. I commend the collaborative spirit of this partnership that resulted in the advancement of the potential of the Filipino architects toward global excellence and competitiveness. As a proud member of the profession and past national president of the UAP, I wish the UAP Makati chapter success in all of your endeavors on behalf of the Filipino architects, particularly those coming from your chapter. Mabuhay ang Arkitektong Filipino.
Maligayang araw sa inyong lahat. Sa ngalan ng aking partner na si Architect Robert Mirafuente, ang Board of Architecture ay bumabati sa mga kasamahan nating arkitekto sa UAP Makati chapter sa pamumuno ng bagong presidente, ang ating kaibigan na si Architect Tito Sagire. Muli, magandang araw sa inyo. Kumusta na kayo? Selected to say hello and hi to friends like you is an honor and a good vibes. In this time of pandemic, in this time of great challenges, in this time of everyday bad news, and in these days of great uncertainties, we are in constant search for good vibes. We are in constant search for reasons to be happy. And we are in continuous search for reasons to smile. Your induction is one reason we can, even if we are doing this remotely. Sana nasa matiwasay kayong lahat. The culture or brand of leadership in UAP has always been officers are servant of the members. This is very evident of the fact that officers like you do not receive salaries, neither allowances. Oftentimes, officers shell out their money to fund their activities and that of their chapters. Surely, officers are expected to source funds for big events and projects of the chapter. Alam ko, mahirap ang maging officer. Kaya saludo ako sa inyo, mga bagong pinuno ng UAP Makati chapter. I truly admire you and I do salute you. I do have high respect for organizations that cares for their members. But I have great respect for one with members that cares for others. Sa pagkakakilala ko sa UAP, ang mga chapters ay nabubuo ng financially unable, financially able, and exceptionally financially capable. For the mantra of member first work, there must be workers or servers before there can be receivers or recipients. For one thing, I know that UAP Makati chapter can play the role of an Uber, a Grab, a Lalamove that delivers good tidings and not the receivers of good things. This role at this kind of time isn't easy, but I'm sure you can. UAP Makati chapter can. With that, I leave you to think about. I mean, that you have to think about. And so, I congratulate the new leadership of UAP Makati chapter, as I do salute you for volunteering your services free, your talent being contributed free or shared for the good of others. Mabuhay ang Makati chapter at mabuhay ang UAP sa pamumuno ng ating presidente na si Arkitektong. Salamat.
The College of Fellows extends our warmest congratulations to the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter on the occasion of your induction of new officers and turnover ceremonies. We congratulate outgoing President Architect Simon Cervantes and his entire outgoing board for being able to deliver despite the challenges of the pandemic. We all know how difficult it is to manage an organization during these hard times, and yet the chapter was able to accomplish a lot of achievements that is strongly promoting the profession. We extend our best wishes to our own fellow member, Architect Titus Aguirre, as he assumed the office today as your new chapter president. We look forward to working closely with the chapter, particularly in our common interests towards promoting the profession and in other activities that might help the profession. Together, we know that we can create new milestone for the chapter and the college. Congratulations to all, particularly to Architect Titus Aguirre and the incoming chapter board. Maraming salamat at Arkitektong Filipino.
All right. Thank you so much for all the greetings. And of course, we would like to welcome UAP National President, Architect Armando Eugene C. de Guzman III.
Okay. For his inaugural speech, we would like to welcome from the National Board of Directors of the United Architects of the Philippines for the year 2021 to 2022, National President Architect Armando Eugene C. de Guzman III.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I understand the formality of the event, of course, amplified by the dignified people na mention kanina who are here. But if I may be just informal, no, from time to time. And I saw earlier our Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Honorable Vice President Leni Robredo, the PRC Commissioner, the Honorable Yolanda Reyes, past National President as well, and another past National President, the Honorable PR Board Chair, Honorable Robert Sack, and of course our Chancellor for the College of Fellows, Architect Mike Ang, to Architect Gerard Lico. Very informative talk. It's very nice, it's very empowering. And of course, Architect Jello Manyosa, my schoolmate, very powerful words for the upliftment of the Filipino pride through architecture. To the members of the National Board of Directors, National Executive Vice President Richard Garcia, Area B Vice President Architect Rodelo Cristeto Umali, Secretary General Dr. Jonathan Manalad, National Treasurer Architect Jason Ang, National Auditor Architect Albert Dumlao, your Regional District Director, Jimmy Hermogenes, a good friend. And of course, to the immediate past chapter officers of UAP Makati chapter for fiscal year 2020-2021. Architect Simon, led by Architect Simon Cervantes. Very nice speech earlier, no, by the way. To our newly inducted chapter board officers headed by chapter president and servant leader, Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre IV. Masyadong formal, so Titus na lang for short. Of course, FUAP AA. And my co-millennial, and of course, past national presidents from the chapter. I believe Tito Jimmy Marquez is here, and of course, all others who may have passed on, but still reminds us of their greatness in architecture. All the members of the College of Fellows from UAP Makati, our past chapter presidents and board officers, our friends and supportive partners in the industry. Thank you very much for supporting. our UAP Secretariat, and of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all. It is my pleasure to join you all in this very important event. And I would like to begin my message by saying thank you to everybody, for your support to the previous and present leadership of this organization. Well, we have always been servant leaders, alam naman natin yan. The day we accept the mandate entrusted to us for the furtherance of the architectural profession. Well, this is a special role that seeks no remuneration, but entails a lot of sacrifice from work, personal errands, and most importantly, our families. But today, we start again as a new chapter with the same commitment, renewed passion, and the words that came out from our guest speakers. It's really, it ignited the passion in all of us, personally to me. Well, let me underscore our programs for this fiscal year that will focus on the corporate team, servant leadership, unity and diversity, and our member first policy. Well, let's start with, let's say, servant leadership. Philosophy, it's a philosophy anchored in the belief that the most effective leaders strive to serve others and not the other way around. Well, a servant leader is servant first. Let me share a quote. It begins with this natural feeling that one wants to serve first. Then conscious choice brings one to aspire to lead. Well, personally, I've always admired the men and women leaders of UAP, and the UAP Makati chapter is one of the pioneers of UAP, I would say. And we simply want to serve the members, with pureness in our hearts. And we should all agree that UAP makes leaders in all of us, and serving the organization wholeheartedly and selflessly, where eventually the universe aligns, and chooses you to lead with God at the center of that decision. Well, let us assure to our members that this new leadership will strive to be the best servant leaders. And we know that most are better than us actually in so many ways. But we would like to enjoin every talent, ideas, and help from all angles to witness a UAP community to collaborate and have open communications with one another, promote inclusiveness when it comes to vital decisions, and interact with leaders who lead by example and knows how to walk their talk. Well, we simply need teamwork. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the servant leaders of UAP, the National Board, particularly the Management Committee Plus of UAP for holding regular meetings for our profession. And which brings us to unity despite our diversity. Of course, we are mindful of different views, religions, affiliations, principles. Well, I firmly believe there's goodness in all of us. It's as simple as that. And at the same time, a firm believer as well that we have the same goal for the profession. Our professionals, the professional product, and of course, the professional organization. Well, we ultimately want to protect our practice and see fairness and equality to all, no matter which place or region you may be across the globe. Well, through this leadership's trust, we increase the morale of our members. Our mindset should always be set high. Let us help each other to increase coordination, relationships, and particularly teamwork. Well, we make our communities better and more effective in poor conditions. We help in managing conflicts, and we protect equal human rights for all. Let me take this opportunity that I have to agree to most that Filipino architects should take pride with our architecture. Nadidinig ko kanina, nai-inspire pa rin ako, that we adapt easily, but we should stand proud to be Filipino architects. We all know that architects who work abroad are one, if not the most creative and diligent architects that create iconic buildings for the world to see. So I know we can do that too. We should change our mindset as architects. We should not be insecure of this. We know we are a prime profession. We simply have to respect the rest of the professionals and the rest of the professions. Let us up our game. Ika nga ni NEVP, game na. I would like to mention, personally, when I went to Bhutan, a small country in the Himalayas, I spent a week there. And, upon landing, architecture is immediately seen and made an impact to me as their cultural identity. Arguably, some may say nakakasawa naman, but for me, it impacted me so much that I felt that Filipino architecture should be rolled out, at the least, the materiality of such, so as to have our Filipino identity. We know that weird forms tend to turn heads, But I'm sure we can turn heads as well on a global scale if we start being proud of our profession and show the world that we matter. Well, let us not see diversity as a challenge. Let's see it as a form or opportunity to create meaningful engagements and educational expertise to each other. No? We will be very vigilant for our law, together with all our stakeholders. We believe we should all be together on this. Be rest assured, we will cascade the details to our members for this fight. We are working on it even way before this leadership. UAP may not be so vocal, but we have distinguished, dedicated people to collaborate and address all avenues to ensure long-term effects for the protection of the profession. The fight is long, but we are on it. Well, meaningful and sincere engagements is our goal towards one another. May we enjoin everyone for a special understanding of both your chapter mates and the national. Let's keep things simple as we are all professionals here. We may always hear it all the time, but unity and being together for a common goal always works. Lastly, the Member First Leadership Program of our late past National President Rene Heray to keep our general membership at our topmost priority. Well, this legacy shall be with UAP for as long as we have our general membership who gives life to this organization. Our members are the life and soul of our beloved organization. In honor to his dedication and commitment in championing Bayaniyang Arkitektura, the National Board of Directors passed a resolution renaming Bayaniyang Arkitektura Award into Renato A. Heray Bayaniyang Arkitektura Meritorious Award. This is to inspire all of us and be kept reminded of helping those in need. It's a fervent hope that we will further strengthen the rope that binds us together. May we invite everyone, my fellow workers from UAP Makati chapter, to help us implement our programs for this year. I will just mention a few, but the esteemed executive directors headed by NEVP Richard Garcia and the special committees in collaboration with the rest of the members of the National Board, we will be having area consultative meetings to zero in on regional concerns, an architect's directory, an allied professional directory of specialization and collaboration. Now is the time to collaborate. We will be releasing the foreign-based architects and architects working abroad survey program to understand the current needs of our members worldwide for the job matching skills of this UAP leadership. Well, which brought us to UAP Jobs. Diba? This is to connect our members to new opportunities. Please visit our official UAP Jobs Facebook page to obtain further information and updates regarding this program. Well, we are rebranding our UAP publication, realigning of UAP trainings to PRC Career Progression Plan, and reinforcing the SLS 2.0 or Sustainable Learning System powered by the 3Rs approach. What are those? Reach the members, record the webinar, replay to the district and areas for free. Of course, we will be continuing laudable flagship projects of past administrations in the promotion of architecture. Ika nga, yan ay mga established na. At definitely, we will be continuing that. Like Get an Architect campaign, Arkitekto Sigurado, at sana po, wag naman ng arkitekto ay suplado. May I enjoin everybody to get a copy of such campaign to be included in your project tarpaulins and social media postings in case it's appropriate. Well, there are other projects that definitely would be informed to the chapter through your district director, Jimmy. And of course, chapter officers. May I mention as well that the UAP digitalization is now underway to keep up with the fast-changing times. We are in transition to full digitalization, and may we seek again the understanding of these improvements, for we are laying full groundwork for long-term service to all digitally. We are going there. Ika nga, pagka nakakita kayo na nagda-drive kayo sa labas at may mga nakaharang na kalye at sasabihin, sorry for the inconvenience, but we are doing this for you. Well, last July 30, we had the first chapter secretary Zoom meeting, Zoom mo kay Secgen. It was facilitated by, of course, by our Secretary General, Dr. Jonathan Manalat. And I would like to thank your chapter secretary for participating in this endeavor of our Secretary General. Please keep joining this monthly chapter secretary Zoom meeting. This is a good platform. We have a lot of platforms now that can easily reach to the members. Well, also last July 17, we have successfully held our first UAP Virtual Kumustahan Forum. This is what I'm saying, that this is a dialogue or town hall with the management committee of UAP, the members of the executive board, and the rest of the members of the National Board of Directors. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for actively participating in this endeavor. And this is something that is very important. No? We have to really capitalize on our servant leadership. And being servant leaders, we have to talk to each other at a level. And next is, of course, when it comes to finances, austerity measures are being addressed by the Office of the National Treasurer and the Office of the National Auditor, headed by Architect Jason Ang and Architect Albert Dumlao. And alam naman natin na everybody is affected right now. No? But we are going to institutionalize. We are going to battle this. We are going to institutionalize UAP Mark. And that is marketing and trademark. We have to further improve our branding as architects, not only to our partners in the industry, diba? By the way, thank you to our partners in the industry, and of course, but impact to the consumers as well. So we as architects should have good branding. Well, these are some of the projects aligned from our goal this year, and we call it UAP Natin. Natin means na 10. 10 were some, if I may mention, UAP Connect, isa nga nabanggit ko kanina is UAP Jobs, UAP Certs, UAP Protect, so 10 po yan. And yan po is we are ironing out all of these 10 trunks of UAP where branches of such can be organic for the next generation of leaders as guide for at least continuity of the objectives of the organization. Well, my fellow architects, this fiscal year we are targeting simple and yet meaningful projects for our dear organization. And we cannot do this alone. No offense, but no chapter can do this alone. But we have to put the word united. Kaya United Architects of the Philippines, we have to put the word united first in our hearts and minds. We as architects, regardless of affiliation, can succeed in our goals and aspirations and solve anything that would come our way. Let's be constructive and let's be together on this. Just like what Saint Teresa of Calcutta once said, I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot. But together, we can do great things. Well, before I end my message, I salute the men and women who still continues to serve for the organization despite all the challenges in their personal and professional lives. We all know we should be concentrating on what truly matters most. Of course, our families. But these are special times, and UAP is family. Of course, we need special understanding of each other. Well, let's hope for the best. Increase positivities in our outlook. Ika nga kailangan lagi lang tayong positive. I'm sure a lot of you right now are formal and informal at the same time. Ako personally, I'm semi-formal. I'm formal from the waist up, informal from the waist down. Mag-ingat lang kayo, baka kayo magkasakit. Anyway, you see details of what needs to be improved in your homes. You can easily come to a meeting and ako personally, I mastered the art of dishwashing during the pandemic, and I'm proud of it, and that's a positivity for me. And the most important thing of all is technology made us closer and bonus at the comforts and presence of our families at home. I'm sure now we are enjoying the simple things in life. Life is very fragile to waste on things that makes life complicated, and let's simply see goodness in everybody. Let us all be selfless for the organization, but more so, give the best to our families. Always, if I may join everybody, let's start with a prayer. This is putting God first, as I believe firmly that everything else will certainly follow. Again, congratulations UAP Makati Chapter, and maraming salamat. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Mabuhay ang UAP. Thank you very much.
United Architects of the Philippines National President, Architect Armando Eugene de Guzman III, thank you. And to present the plaque of appreciation, please welcome again UAP Regional District Director B3, Architect Jaime Hermogenes.
The United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Armando Eugene C. de Guzman III, FUAP. National President, United Architects of the Philippines, for participating as guest inaugural speaker in the online event UAP Makati Digital Induction Ceremony, Fiscal Year 2021 to 2022. Movements in 20th Century Philippine Architecture, given this 11th day of August 2021, signed Architect Luis Nicanor Aguirre, FUAP, AA, UAP Makati Chapter President, Fiscal Year 2021-2022, and Architect Abdul Pangandaman, UAP, UAP Makati Chapter Secretary for Fiscal Year 2021-2022. Thank you, NB.
All right, and thank you, UAP National President, Architect Armando Eugene C. de Guzman III. And also, we would like to thank UAP Makati Chapter Treasurer, Architect Richie Angteco, for introducing our UAP National President before his inaugural speech. All right, before we continue with our program, please do not forget that to be able to join the raffle, you need to fill in the evaluation form, check the public chat box, and click on the raffle registration. Again, only those who are present during the raffle are qualified to win. Okay. We are now moving on to the presentation of chartered members, followed by a video greeting from Architect Froilan Hong. We would also like to acknowledge Architect Joan Perez Villamor, daughter of Architect Froilan Hong. We also have a message from Architect Jaime Marquez to be read by UAP Makati Chapter Auditor, Architect Cecilia M. San Diego, and the awarding of plaques and certificates by UAP Makati Past Chapter President, Architect Michael Conrad Carandang.
Charter members. In 1977, during the incumbency of the then UAP National President Architect Ruperto Gaite, the United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter was chartered on November 21, 1977. The induction ceremony was held on February 23, 1978 at the Architectural Center Club with the late Archbishop Felipe M. Mendoza as the charter president. The 30 distinguished ladies and gentlemen who chartered the chapter were Francis L. Arcinas, FUAP, Carlos D. Arguilles, FUAP, Carlos B. Banaag, FUAP, Renato S. Beroya, Jesus M. Bondok, FUAP, Susana S. Castillo, FUAP, Gabino A. De Leon, FUAP, Ricardo S. De La Rosa Jr., FUAP, Antonio S. Di Malanta, FUAP, Francisco B. Fajardo, Gabriel P. Formoso, Ruperto Gaite, FUAP, Froilan L. Hong, FUAP, Leandro V. Locsin, FUAP, Jaime C. Marquez, FUAP, Jeronimo V. Manahan, FUAP, Manuel T. Manyosa, FUAP, Engracio L. Mariano, FUAP, Felipe M. Mendoza, FUAP, Primitivo Milan, Ruben R. Payumo, Ruben M. Protasio, FUAP, Carmencita L. Rosales, FUAP, Oscar S. Salvacion, Augusto Santos, Antonio T. Sindiong, Rolando Chamzon, Cesar Vergel de Dios, FUAP, Severino C. Villarama, Rogelio G. Villarosa, EUAP, EPIA. The chapter is very proud to be home of two national artists for architecture given by the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Architect Leandro V. Locsin, who was conferred the award in 1990, and Architect Francisco Bobby T. Manyosa, who received the award in 2018. We've also had 6 past UAP national presidents from our charter members, namely Architect Ruperto Gaite from 1977 to 1978, Architect Felipe Mendoza from 1979 to 1980, Architect Leandro V. Locsin from 1981 to 1982. Architect Manuel T. Manyosa from 1983 to 1984. Architect Froilan Hong from 1987 to 1988. And Architect Jaime Marquez from 1992 to 1994. The Likha Award, the highest distinction that may be bestowed by the United Architect of the Philippines, is the Likha Award. This shall be given as a recognition of his having achieved the highest standards of ethical conduct and excellence in the practice of the architectural profession, and for his distinguished contribution and service to the UAP organization and to his community, his government, and country. Since its inception, the UAP has handed out the Likha Award only to 14 architects, 8 of them from the Makati chapter. Architect Felipe M. Mendoza in 1982. Architect Leandro V. Locsin in 1987. Architect Gabriel P. Formoso in 1990. Architect Manuel T. Manyosa in 1996. Francisco Bobby Manyosa in 2003. Architect Jeronimo V. Manahan in 2005. Architect Froilan L. Hong and Architect Philip Recto in 2019. The Professional Regulations Commission through the Board of Architecture recognizes outstanding architects annually. Leandro V. Locsin, 1978. Gabriel P. Formoso, 1979. Manuel T. Manyosa Jr., 1981. Felipe M. Mendoza, 1982. Jeronimo V. Manahan, 1989. Froilan L. Hong, 1992. Ruperto C. Gaite, 1993. Francisco T. Manyosa, 1994. Gabino A. De Leon, 1995. Jaime C. Marquez, 1997. Philip H. Recto, 1998. Abelardo Tolentino Jr., 2017. The chapter also has 36 members who have been elevated to the prestigious College of Fellows. From the 30 distinguished ladies and gentlemen who established the Makati chapter in 1977, we now have a 1,800-strong membership and are still growing. To our distinguished charter members, may your legacy continue to motivate and inspire us to promote the highest standards of ethical conduct and professional excellence in the practice and service of architecture. Mabuhay ang UAP. Mabuhay ang Makati chapter. Mabuhay ang Arkitektong Pilipino.
Good evening everyone who are participating via Zoom in the UAP Makati Digital Induction Ceremony, and I wish to express my sincere appreciation for the invitation to share a video greeting. Thus, please accept my profound felicitations to the new leaders of the UAP Makati, led by Architect Chapter President Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre IV, together with his very active and supportive members of the Chapter Board of Directors, key officers, and committee members of the chapter, as well as the entire general membership of UAP Makati. I proudly salute you all for accepting the challenge of another year of exciting achievements in terms of programs, projects, and activities, even with the ongoing global threat of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, the UAP Makati has grown so much, I never did imagine that perhaps recalling the past might be an opportune time. Based on the earliest records of the chapter, furnished by Chapter President Titus, there were 30 architects to form in what we call as UAP Makati Charter members in 1978. The leadership list is headed by somebody who foreign architects refer to as Mr. UAP, no less than Architect Felipe or Ipe Mendoza, who was our charter president. Then came Architect Francis Arsenas the following year as the second UAP Makati president. Then Cap Ben Villarama and yours truly, myself, Jim Marquez, who became chapter presidents as well. Consequently, the selection of the UAP Makati chapter president was based on a ridged point system, meaning using the finger to point to somebody who became the next leader of the UAP Makati. And it may interest you to know that out of these UAP Makati charter members, 6 of them had become national presidents, namely Pentong Gaite, Ipe Mendoza, Lindy Locsin, Manny Manyosa, Froilan Hong, and myself, Jeep Marquez. But most importantly, 5 of these charter members were bestowed the UAP Likha Award, the highest recognition for design excellence, namely to Ipe Mendoza, Lindy Locsin, Gabi Formoso, Manny Manyosa, and Froilan Hong. And lately, the 6th Likha is of course Philip Recto. During those days, not only did members of the UAP Makati serve the chapter, but the UAP National Organization as well. UAP Makati members were involved as either national executive officers, executive directors of national commissions, chairmen or members of the UAP standing committees. UAP Makati had the most number of members elevated as UAP fellows. Also, the Professional Regulations Commissions had awarded the PRC Professional of the Year in the field of architecture to the most members of the UAP Makati, including the Outstanding Professional of the Year in the field of architecture by the Philippine Federation of Professional Association to most members of the UAP Makati. Thus, the UAP Makati is definitely one of the most active and outstanding chapters, the most number of UAP fellows, the most number of national officers, the most number of Likha awardees, the most number of UAP national presidents, Board of Architecture chairs, Professionals of the Year, etc., including being host to the organization of other chapters in Regional District 3, and making the UAP Makati the most famous and one of the most prestigious chapters of the entire UAP. However, and sad to say, many of our original charter members are no longer with us now, except for a few. I'm one of those lucky charter members, yours truly, who was able to both serve as UAP Makati President and UAP National President. I'll still be with you and wish everyone to keep the challenge of leading our chapter as well as the national organization in the future. Thank you so much and God bless you all.
My warmest congratulations on your 44th digital induction ceremony. Who would have thought that UAP will arrive at this point where major activities will be done in the virtual world? Thanks to the technology and thanks to the pandemic. Our founding fathers would never have a slight idea of where we would be at this time. I know this because I was there with them in their time. Makati chapter was among the very first chapters that was formed after the integration of the 3 architectural organizations, namely the PIA, the Philippine Institute of Architects, the League of Philippine Architects, and the Association of Philippine Government Architects. They have been integrated into the UAP. If my recollection does not fail me yet, the birth of the Makati chapter came about on the 2nd floor of the Architectural Center Club in Palma Street in Makati, that was beside the Rockwell development. Then PIA Ariston Nakpil and as president of the PIA and myself as his vice president were winding up the affairs of the organization in order to transition into the UAP. In that meeting, as I recall it, at the ACCI, present were architect Manny Manyosa, who was at that time the key person in representing the PRC, who worked hard to push for the integration. There was also architect Ipe Mendoza, architect Lindy Locsin, architect Cesar Cancela, architect Berhel de Dios, architect Pajardo, and then later on we had Gabi Formoso and several others. During that meeting, conversations fly on the ideas and concepts of chapters. What it is, what kind of animal it's going to be, the how, the where, and the what, and the who as well. At that time, the Architectural Center Club was the favorite place for architects and engineers and contractors to hang out. It was also the place where most of the architects who have no presentable office to show would meet their clients in the several conference rooms on the second floor of the ACCI. So such that when the time for the seed of chapter creation was conceived, most of the chapter members came not only from those in Makati, but also from those who came from nearby and outside area. And the Makati chapter became a star-studded chapter because mostly were the top architects, the cream of the crops who were there. Makati chapter has a very solid historical foundation led by the heroes of our integration. Makati chapter was established in the very core where urban developments of the National Capital Region started from. It started from a single avenue in Makati, from that flat and lonely place called the Ayala Avenue. Sorry, and the ripple of development grew to connect 15 cities and municipalities into a 620 square kilometers area in 50 years until today. This is the National Capital Region. And what we see now in the capital region actually were the effects coming from that first salvo of development in Ayala Avenue. I want you to put in your minds that you are sitting in a very rich and very varied sources of inspiration and creativity in Makati. And this area has undergone already 2 cycles of development and redevelopment. And all this started from the visions of people who came to our founding fathers, the founding fathers of Makati chapter, the likes of Gabi Formoso, Lindy Locsin, Cesar Concho, the Manyosa brothers, and followed by several others that captivated the people with their craft. May I therefore challenge all of you to let the ideas in your minds and the passion in your hearts, as well as the works of your hands, to continue to inspire, enhance, and contribute to a meaningful life experiences and provide your craft in an excellent manner so that our sojourn in this common house of ours, planet Earth, may bring order, and thereby we give glory back to God. So, this is the challenge, and may God bless all of us architects.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. I congratulate each one of you on your induction as officers of the UAP Makati chapter. Your acceptance of this responsibility is tangible proof of your willingness to lead and advance the architectural profession in spite of the global challenges we face today. As a fellow Filipino and architect, I thank you for your wholehearted and admirable spirit of service. We look forward to the fruits of your leadership. Thank you at mabuhay tayong lahat.
All right, for the awarding of plaques and certificates, please welcome UAP Makati Past Chapter President, Architect Michael Conrad Karangdang.
Yes. Okay. Sharing the screen. Hello. Yes, for the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to architect Jaime Marquez in recognition of his participation and diligent commitment to the organization, being one of the founding members of UAP Makati chapter. Architect Froilan Hong, in recognition of his participation and diligent commitment to the organization as being one of the founding members of UAP Makati chapter.
All right, thank you, Miko. And of course, we would like to acknowledge the presence of... Okay, but before that, reading of plaques and certificates again, Architect Miko Karandang.
Yes. And UAP Makati chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Ricardo De La Rosa in recognition of your participation and diligent commitment to the organization as being one of the honorary founding members of UAP Makati chapter. Given this 11th day of August 2021 at the 44th UAP Makati chapter Digital Induction Ceremony 2021 and 2022. UAP Makati chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Ruben Protasio in recognition of your participation and diligent commitment to the organization as being one of the honorary founding members of UAP Makati chapter. And Architect Susana S. Castillo in recognition of her participation and diligent commitment to the organization as being one of the founding members of UAP Makati chapter, given this 11th day of August 2021 at the 44th UAP Makati Digital Induction Ceremony 2021-2022.
All right, thank you so so much, Miko. And of course, before we continue, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Architect Joan Therese Villamor, FUAP, daughter of Architect Froilan Hong, and also National Treasurer Architect Jason Ang. Okay, so as it was mentioned in our chapter president's inaugural address, United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter prides itself in its history of luminaires in the architecture industry, which evidently include great leaders. Now, a few words from the past leaders of our chapter.
Of the 44th induction ceremony of the UAP Makati chapter, I would like to congratulate the outgoing president, Simon Cervantes, and his hardworking team for a job well done. You have put the UAP Makati chapter in the limelight again, following the tradition of excellence set by our illustrious past presidents. And to the new board headed by Tito Aguirre, although the shoe to be filled is big, but I have no doubt that you can accomplish it. I wish you and your energetic team success and fulfillment as you work hard to bring the most benefit to our members and lead us to the forefront of all UAP chapters in the service to the UAP National and the architectural profession. Mabuhay to all of us.
Last fiscal year, the chapter faced a humongous challenges in rendering virtual services to our members, which they made it with flying colors. And I would like to congratulate them, headed by past President Simon Cervantes, for the service well done. Allow me to give them my salute for their voluntary services rendered in our chapter, going out their ways even though they are aware of the danger of exposing themselves outside just to do their functions as officers. Again, I give my salutes to them. Today, it is my honor and privilege to congratulate the new Board of Officers and Directors for the fiscal year 2021-2022, headed by President Luis Nicanor Aguirre. This is another year which we need to do reflection and, if possible, adjust to changes to adopt the new normal. Some days we feel good and others we feel strange. We need to learn work differently and love more unconditionally. We need to try to tune out different stresses, but sometimes life still feels messy. We need to find ways to turn negatives into good and try to learn new skills that we thought we never could. 2021, as we expect that things will get better, but it looks like it is getting worse. So let us just enjoy what we love to do and learn something new. This year, some of our concerned past presidents devoted their time and efforts to develop the Officers Orientation course to give something back to the chapter and to spread inspirations and motivations to the incoming officers. This will also be part of the leadership trainings for the aspiring members of the chapter to become future leaders. I am very positive that the new set of officers are ready to make another milestone for the chapter this year, despite of the pandemic we are facing now. Rest assured that the past presidents of this chapter are always behind you to rally on whatever visions and goals you have planned for this fiscal year. For all those who are present today to witness this chapter our annual induction, congratulations for sharing your time with us. To all the entire membership of UAP Makati chapter, let us give all our support to our officers, not only in the chapter level, but as well to the officers of the entire organization of UAP. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Mabuhay ang UAP Makati chapter.
Congratulations to the new board of the UAP Makati chapter, and welcome and have a nice time.
To the newly elected Board of the UAP Makati Chapter, fellow architects, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a privilege to be invited to tonight's 44th induction ceremonies of the UAP Makati Chapter, all viral. I am overjoyed because Architect Luis Nicanor Aguirre IV, better known to ladies as Architect Titus, finally agreed to lead the chapter even at this time of uncertainty with the pandemic refusing to leave us. Vaccines have been developed to prevent the spread of the virus, but at the same time, new strains and variants are appearing. And like other professionals, we architects will just have to wait and contend with wearing face masks and face shields, washing our hands regularly, maintaining and observing physical distance, and locking ourselves at home to stay alive. Yes, the situation is very alarming, making us architects so nervous about our future. Will architects still be relevant after the pandemic? Will we have jobs? Yes, architects will be very much in demand to work in partnership with the medical professionals to devise methods of enclosing space without the intrusion of viruses. Our expertise will be needed to reconfigure the built environment to make it much better and safer and responsive to the threats of pandemics and protected from the effects of climate change. It is projected that the real estate industry will rebound after the pandemic. So this is one reason we should be optimistic that we will have projects after the pandemic has subsided. We have a lineup of 11 talented, energetic board members headed by Architect Titus himself, an outstanding architect. The challenges this board will face in the light of the pandemic will be great. But I trust the board to continue transforming our chapter into an institution of learning and an authoritative source of information and inspiration for continuing professional development. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the following who have accepted the challenge to take care of Makati chapter. Architect Sheila Villanueva, Ria Samudio, Abdul Rafi Daron Pagdananan, Richie Ontenko, Celia San Diego, Antoinette Danny Colleen, Lito Tabundan, Pamela Isabel Reyes, Sarisdel Adorna, Joaline Simbahan, and the one and only Titus Aguirre. Salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay kayo.
Good evening, UAP Makati Chapter, UAP National President Don De Guzman, and members of the UAP National Board, UAP B3 Council. Welcome to the UAP Makati Chapter, my home chapter. We are glad to see you here and we appreciate your sharing your time with us. Chapter President Titus, finally, congratulations and thank you for taking on the challenge of leading the chapter for the next 2 years. Oops, spoiler alert. Matagal ka na naming hinihintay. With you as president, not only will we survive, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun too. Past President Sai and the outgoing BOD, thank you for the great online year that you organized for all of us. I can't imagine the behind-the-scenes effort you extended to give us such great online GMMs through a pandemic. To the incoming board of directors, I'm very happy to see that Cheng San Diego and Richie Amteco, members of the BOD, when I was chapter president 10 years ago, are still active in serving our chapter. future chapter presidents, tama ba? I'm also proud that Raya Zamudio, my former office mate at Viva and board top-notcher, is now VP of the chapter. Ix is back in the board. Sinama niya kami mag-volunteer na magpulot ng basura sa Manila Bay a few years ago. And I see there are new volunteers helping move us forward this coming year. Thank you for accepting the challenge and the opportunity to serve. I can guarantee this will be a very rewarding experience for you guys. And to the UAP Makati chapter members, these are indeed very difficult times, and the UAP needs your support, not just your annual dues. Contribute ideas, attend, participate, and help our servant leaders to organize our events and make them even more productive and enjoyable. Remember that we are united even if we have our differences. And know that your UAP National Board, the B3 Council, and your chapter board are dedicated volunteers working and serving with members first in mind. So congratulations, Makati chapter. Congratulations and good luck, President Titus and the BOD.
This is an exciting day for our chapter. Inductions are like maiden voyages, with a new crew to steer this gigantic ship with its almost 2,000 members. We have been at sea, figuratively, for more than 4 decades now. Sailing from port to port, and each new embarkment gave us opportunities to see new places, several beautiful sunrises, and also sunsets. The journey has not always been smooth. We have faced huge waves along the way, but have not floundered, thanks to the many brave hands that have held the chapter steady. To our new leaders, as we sail forth today, may the principles passed on to us by our charter members be our guide. Godspeed, fair winds, and the following sea be to our chapter, and to the profession this coming fiscal year.
Congratulations to the new set of UAP Makati chapter officers for this fiscal year. This year has been very challenging for UAP and our profession, and yet President Titus Aguirre took the challenge in leading the chapter at this time. With your theme ARQUIVIVO, no doubt that your term will be lively, vibrant, and fun. These are the key factors that would encourage maximum member participation, as you are also continuing the members first policy of the UAP National. And with your officers behind you all the way, we can only expect the best from the ARQUIVIVO team. Again, mabuhay ang UAP Makati.
Hello, good morning. On behalf of the UAP Makati chapter, a very enthusiastic and sincere note of congratulations to President Titus Aguirre and the board members. I wish more success and all God's blessings for your leadership. Mabuhay ang Arkitektong Filipino, mabuhay ang UAP Makati chapter.
All right, we are proud to have great architects and even greater leaders here in UAP Makati chapter. They are truly inspiring, right, Miko? And I am honored to be co-hosting tonight with one of those leaders, of course, Architect Michael Conrad Miko Karandang.
Yes, but before that, we would like to, the United Architects of the Philippines Makati chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Rogelio Villarosa in recognition of his participation and diligent commitment to the organization as being one of the founding members of UAP Makati chapter, given this 11th day of August 2021 at the 44th UAP Makati Digital Induction Ceremony 2021-2022. Yes.
Thank you again, Miko.
Thank you, Thea. And now, moving on to the launching of the new UAP Makati chapter logo designed by UAP Makati chapter Director for Professional Practice, Architect Pamela Isabel D. Reyes. We present to you the UAP Makati chapter theme for fiscal year 2021 and 2022, ARQUIVIVO.
This year's chapter theme is ARQUIVIVO, with logo designed by architect Pamela Isabel D. Reyes. For this logo, the design begins with the Ionic column, a pillar of strength for the ancient temples, and a classical element in architecture representing scrolls of knowledge. It is also homage to the Ionic column found in the Makati chapter's main logo. The column's flutes also create the letter M for the Makati chapter. For the second element, Archi in ancient Greek means chief, highest or most extreme, signified by the stylized A at the base. And lastly, Vivo in Italian means I live, while in Spanish means alive, represented by a letter V oriented sideways to symbolically propel the chapter upward. You are optimistic, inspiring, outgoing, and expressive. You are cheerful, positive, and charming. And your personality has a certain bounce and verve that so powerfully affects others that you can inspire people without effort. All of this upward energy is a symptom of your tremendous creativity. This is the ARQUIVIVO of the UAP Makati chapter. ARQUIVIVO. Live life to the fullest.
All right, live life to the fullest. Don't you just feel energized and motivated after seeing that launch, Miko? I'm certain, Viva, I'm certain that everyone here would like to get to know more about the people behind Arkitektong. But first, Architect of the Philippines Makati chapter, Vice President for Programs, Architect Shigella A. Villanueva, for the presentation of the calendar of activities.
ARQUIVIVO presents the following calendar of activities. Starting off with our chapter BOD induction, Architect Gerard Lico will talk about the movements in the 20th century Philippine architecture. On our first GMM this September, we will have a discussion about modernist Filipino architecture. Then on October, we will explore the future cities, featuring sustainable design as well as the importance of mobility. November is our chapter anniversary and grand induction of new members. We will also present design identity in the global context. After a series of webinars, December 15 is our chapter Christmas party. With the start of the brand new year, on January 19, we will have a lecture on technical specifications writing. Architectural photography is the highlight on our February GMM. March is our UAP national election, but we won't stop there as we will bring you another interesting topic on innovative leadership in the architectural firm. Following the national election will be our UAP National Convention on April. And finally, on May, we will be presenting an interesting topic on design collaboration with the Allied Arts. That's it, UAP Makati. We all hope that you will be able to sign up on all of these events.
Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre IV, Chapter President. Architect Shigela A. Villanueva, Chapter Vice President for Programs. Architect Raya Angelica C. Zamudio, Chapter Vice President for Operations. Architect Abdul Rafi Veron M. Pangandaman, Chapter Secretary. Architect Vichy H. Ongpeco, Chapter Treasurer. Architect Cecilia M. San Diego, Chapter Auditor. Architect Antoinette Danica T. Lin, Director for External and Governmental Affairs. Architect Lito V. Tabuldan, Director for Internal Affairs. Architect Pamela Isabel D. Reyes, Director for Professional Practice. Architect Carlos Del V. Adorno, Director for Filipino Architecture. Architect Jolalyn G. Simbahan, Director for Education. Architect Sofia L. Eusebio, Committee Member for Information and Dissemination. Architect John Ray M. Luzuriaga, Committee Member for Information and Dissemination. Architect Simon G. Cervantes, Immediate Past Chapter President. ARQUIVIVO, live life to the fullest.
There you go, everyone! Our new set of chapter officers and board of directors, ARQUIVIVO. And to present the Corporate Social Responsibility or CSR for fiscal year 2021 to 2022, we would like to call in United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter Director for External and Governmental Affairs, Architect Antoinette Danica T. Lim.
As one of the earliest and biggest membership in UAP, the United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter strongly believes in continuously contributing positive action under the umbrella of UAP National's Servant Leadership theme. To date, the UAP Makati Chapter has been supporting numerous programs for children, for local communities, for the natural and the built environment, for preserving cultural heritage, and also in promoting the architectural profession. For this year, we will collaborate with various organizations such as Philippine Children's Medical Center with their Adopt a Room program, partnerships with the municipality of Pagsanhan, Laguna, and the local government of Makati City, World Wildlife Fund Philippines during their member giving program during their 60th anniversary, and many more to come. Thank you in advance for your continued support, and we will look forward to partnering with you in the future. And now, may I introduce our partner, WWF Philippines, to give us a brief overview of their program.
Hi, good day. I'm Al Naki from WWF Philippines. I'm the communications officer, and I'm here today to tell you about what we do as a conservation organization to take care of our planet and to build a future where humans and nature thrive. So about WWF. WWF is the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and we are the most widely recognized and trusted environmental NGO in the world. We were founded in 1961 in London, although our home office of WWF Philippines was founded in 1997. We currently have a supporter base of over 6 million supporters, and our team consists of over 6,000 passionate employees located all across the globe in 100 plus countries and regions, including Antarctica. So we're really present all across the globe. Let me tell you a little bit more about our home base, WWF Philippines, one of many home offices across the globe. We do a lot, actually, to protect our natural resources. You may be familiar with our panda logo, and you may assume that what we do is to protect wildlife. And of course, that's definitely a big part of it. We work with endangered species to make sure that their populations thrive. But that's not the whole of our work. Rather, what we practice is holistic conservation, making sure that all sorts of different aspects of the environment are protected and secure, not just for the sake of the future of our endangered species, but also for our sakes, to make sure that all Filipinos get to live and all people get to live good, healthy, sustainable lives. So we do all sorts. We do marine conservation, sustainable consumption, production, making sure that everyone is able to get the nutritious food that they need and that it's sourced sustainably. Species conservation, it's a big part, of course, as WWF, of the work that we do. So that's protecting our endangered species, and in fact, all species and all habitats. Plastic waste management, we tackle a lot of emergent issues, and the plastic waste problem is definitely one of them. So we explore new and innovative ways to build a plastic-free future for all. Watershed management, that's actually a lot of forest work. That's making sure that our forests and our watersheds are secure, such that all Filipinos and all people have access to the water that they need, both to bathe, be clean, and to drink, to sustain themselves. We do climate work, renewable energy and low carbon cities. That's making sure the places we live aren't contributing to the climate problem, and that they are climate smart and prepared for a future of climate change. We do sustainable finance. That's making sure that the projects that are needed to build a sustainable future get the funding that they need, and that those more harmful practices are defunded, such that we can truly work towards a sustainable future for all. We do youth engagement. That's reaching out to the next generation, such that we can build the next generation of environmental leaders who will take up the mantle of protecting our planet and protecting our natural resources. And of course, environmental education. That's working with men and women of all ages and from all walks of life, and educating them on what it means to live sustainably and what it means to be guardians and protectors of this planet that we call home. So we work in all sorts of different places. Like I mentioned some of the pillars that we do and some of the projects and efforts that we're currently engaged in. And we have all sorts of sites across the Philippines, from Pampanga to Zamboanga, Leyte to Lanao. We're practicing all sorts of conservation programs and conservation efforts to secure Filipinos all across the Philippines, in rural communities and big cities, wherever they may be, working with them such that they can be partners with us as well in building sustainable future for all, and being stewards of the environment. Now, I mentioned in the previous slides that it's about holistic conservation, and it's not just about protecting wildlife. But of course, we do our wildlife work. We've been working with many endangered species over the years. We've worked with the Philippine eagle, for example, and a number of different turtle species. We've been working with the whale sharks of Bicol. We have a whole citizen science program active there, monitoring and protecting their habitat. We work with the Tamarao of Mindoro, making sure their habitat is secure and safe and helping their populations thrive. And the Irrawaddy dolphin of Palawan, extremely endangered, whose population is greatly at risk and whose habitat we've been working as well to secure. So of course, I mentioned before, holistic conservation is what we do, but wildlife conservation is a big part of our identity and a big part of what we do as WWF Philippines. So our mission as WWF Philippines is to stop and eventually reverse the accelerating degradation of the Philippine environment and to build a future where Filipinos live in harmony with nature. And we have a vision. Our vision is a Philippines where globally significant biodiversity is properly protected and harnessed to sustain life for all, and where species, habitats, and resources form part of a unique heritage that every Filipino is proud of. WWF champions conservation in areas where biodiversity matters the most.
Now, the work that we do is to help the Filipino people. Throughout the course of this pandemic, we have worked to raise funds and to support struggling communities in our project sites all across the country. Together with our partners, we fund efforts on the ground to help Filipinos secure their most basic needs and to rebuild in the wake of the disasters that have struck our country. We'd like to invite you now to be a partner as well and to support the protection of our country and the well-being of communities across the Philippines. If you'd like to donate, you may do so through bit.ly/UAP Makati. That is bit.ly/UAP Makati. If you'd like to sign up as part of the Panda family, you can find us at wwf.org.ph, or you may get in touch with us through donations at wwf.org.ph. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. We hope you'll join us as a partner in the protection of our planet. Let's work together to build a future where man and nature thrive. Together, possible.
Nice. We certainly look forward to collaborating with World Wildlife Fund for this worthwhile endeavor. Okay, so thank you, Architect Antoinette Danica Lim, UAP Makati Chapter Director for External and Governmental Affairs. Before we move on to our raffle, here are a few important announcements. Firstly, to qualify for your CPD point, please make sure to rename your Zoom ID using the following format: UAP Chapter _surname and first name. Also, to be sure to answer the assessment test on today's talk, which was emailed to you after the seminar.
Yes, and secondly, be a member of good standing by settling your annual dues, both national and chapter dues for this fiscal year 2021 to 2022, on or before the deadline, September 30, 2021, to avoid any penalties. Please see other details flashed on the screen.
Yes, and finally, for our last announcement, the UAP National has recently launched a new online system which will now allow you to download and print your own IAPOA certificates within the comforts of your own home. For more updates on online IAPOA certificates, please like and follow the UAP Certs Facebook page.
All right. Now, moving on to our raffle. Again, we would like to thank our sponsors, BOYSEN, DAVIES, Diamond Concept, Design Armoire, and Multi-Rich. Everyone, get ready! To facilitate the raffle, please welcome UAP Makati Chapter Committee for Information and Dissemination, Architect Sofia Eusebio, and Architect John Ray M. Lazuriaga.
We would also like to call in UAP Chapter Director for Filipino Architecture, Architect Carlos Del Adorna, and UAP Makati Chapter Director for Education, Jonalyn Simbahan.
Yes, thank you, Architect Nico and Architect Thea. So now, we are in the most exciting part of our event. Ready na ba kayo, architects? Okay, just a quick reminder, only qualified attendees na nag-fill up sa form during the middle of the event, sila lang ang pwedeng makasali sa raffle na to. And if ever na kayo ang manalo, tatawagin namin kayo twice. So, kailangan makinig kayo and i-open nyo ang microphone nyo. So, Architect Carstel, umpisahan na natin. Ano ang meron sa yung raffle prize?
Alright, thank you, Architect Jola. So for our minor prize, we have 4 power banks care of DAVIES. So together with Finest Media, alright, let's spin the wheel. All right. Congratulations to architect Toby Anthony Vasquez. All right, once we call your name, kindly say present. Are you still there, Architect Toby? Yon.
Congratulations!
All right. Congratulations, Architect. So for the second one, okay, let's spin the wheel again. All right. Congratulations, Architect Sabrina Magat.
Agad.
Are you there, Architect Sabrina Magat? Ayun. Congratulations, Architect. All right. So for the third power bank, again, spin the wheel, Finest Media. All right. All right, congratulations to Architect. Let's check the. All right. Wow, Architect Kimberly B. Cruz. Say present. Wow. All right. Congratulations. Down to the last power bank. All right, Finest Media, spin the wheel. Yon. Congratulations to Architect Bren Bob Fernandez. Yon. Architect, are you there? Yon. Ang active talaga ng ating mga members and mga attendees natin sa event na to. Congratulations.
Dyan, Architect Carl.
Congratulations!
Architect Jola?
So ayun, mukhang may mga kilala ko sa mga nanalo habang nagpaparaffle ka, Architect Carl. Dalawa doon yung mga kakilala natin. So next naman, Architect Pia. Ano naman ang meron sa yung raffle prize?
Thank you, Architect Jola. So for our next prize, we will be having 2 air purifiers from BOYSEN. So for the first lucky winner, let's spin the wheel. Ayan, congratulations, Architect Jasmine Adriano. Architect Jasmine, nandito ka po ba? Architect Jasmine, going once. Say present, please. Okay, say. Yeah, congratulations, Architect Jasmine Adriano. Congratulations. Now let's move on to another winner. Let's spin the wheel. Yan. Congratulations, Architect Leandro V. Bayot Jr. for another air purifier from BOYSEN.
Congratulations!
Nandyan po. Say present po. And thank you. Congratulations again. Congratulations. Ayan. So, after our air purifiers from BOYSEN, Architect Carlsdale, paano ba nilang makiklaim ang kanilang raffle prizes?
Alright, thank you Architect Sophia. So, sa lahat ng mananalo sa ating event ako mismo ang directly magko-contact sa inyo, and you don't have to worry because we will deliver it right at the doorstep of your home. Alright, so let's move on sa ating last prize or sa last minor prize of the evening. Architect Ray.
Okay, thank you Architect Carls then. So, handa na ba kayo para sa ating last minor prize before we go to our major prizes? So, let's go. We will be receiving 3 coffee makers from BOYSEN. So, for the first one, finest media, let's spin the wheel. Okay, congratulations, Architect Albert S. Rosal. Hello, Architect. Oh, congratulations. Then we go to our second one. Let's spin the wheel again. Okay, congratulations, Architect Bernard Joy Dones. Hello, Architect Bernard. Are you still here? Okay, congratulations on your new coffee maker. Okay. So, for our third and final one, let's spin the wheel. Okay, congratulations, Architect Romeo San Diego Jr. Architect Romeo, are you still here? Okay, congratulations, man.
So, congratulations.
So, Architect Jolalyn,
Ang dami ng prizes natin ngayong gabi. Thank you sa ating sponsors, BOYSEN Philippines and DAVIES Spain. So, architects, gising pa kayo?
Yes, gising na gising sa prizes.
Yes, let's go.
So here we come sa ating first major prize. So ano kaya ang merong major prizes tayo ngayong gabi? Architect Carls and Architect Pia, pwede nyo bang i-discuss so ano yung major prize natin ngayong gabi?
So for the first one, we would like to thank our district director, Architect Jaime Hermelgenes, for the books entitled Keep It Simple, The Early Design Years of Apple, and another one is Renzo Piano Book. So, again, thank you, Architect Jaime Hermelgenes, for the book. So, let's get it started by spinning the wheel. Congratulations, Architect Marietta B. Segovia, for winning Keep It Simple, The Early Design Years of Apple. Architect Segovia. Congratulations, Architect. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely Architect Carls. What's the next prize? Thank you,
All right.
Architect.
All right, congratulations. So for the second book entitled Renzo Piano, let's spin the wheel. All right. Congratulations to Architect Ana Maria de Liva. Yun.
Congratulations.
All right.
Congratulations.
So, for the grand prize, balita ko si Architect Jola daw ay Hall of Famer lagi niyan. Ano kaya yung lagi niyang lucky charm, no? Architect Sophia?
Kaya nga, ay nabalitaan ko din. Laging nananalo tong si Architect Jolalyn pagdating sa grand prize. Ano nga bang
Oh.
magiging grand prize natin for tonight?
Yun, tama, no? So, Architect Jolalyn.
Ito na nga, Architect Pia and Architect Carls. Ito na yung mapapanalunan ng isang lucky winner ngayon sa major prize natin. The winner will take home a brand new 43-inch smart TV care of BOYSEN Philippines. So ayun, sino na kaya ang papasahan ko ng swerte ngayong gabi? Finest Media, spin the wheel!
Ayan, naku, sino kayo mananalo tonight?
Ako na lang, pwede ba?
Oh, congratulations.
Architect Eloisa P. Guzman. Architect Guzman? Wow, congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Architect.
So, congratulations to all the winners. So, si Architect Carsdale na yung kukontak sa inyo para dun sa prizes nyo.
Congratulations, guys.
See you, Architect Nico and Architect Tia.
All right, thank you so much, architects, and congratulations again to all our raffle winners. And thank you again to our sponsors, BOYSEN, DAVIES, Diamond Concept, Design Armoire, and Multi-Region, and of course, to Architect Jaime Hermogenes. We would also like to thank our media partners, Finest Media PH, and Golden Gold Productions for helping make this event possible.
Yes, yes. And to all our attendees, please do not leave yet. To keep up with the tradition, we will be having a group photo. But before that, for the closing remarks, please welcome again UAP Makati Chapter President Luis Dicanor Aguirre.
Ending for now, Viva máximo, the Boyadores Board of Directors of 2021-2022. Thank you all for gracing this virtual induction event. We humbly ask everyone to watch and follow our proposed live streaming sessions, interactive episodes, Men Behind the Legends, the legacy continues. And watch out for more information on our social media pages and interactive website. I hope that all of you will be safe, stay pleasant, stay calm, but don't be complacent. Muli, maraming salamat. Viva UAP! Viva UAP Makati!
Viva!
Viva! Viva Arkitektong Filipino!
Viva!
And now, I move this induction ceremony close.
Aguirre, UAP Makati Chapter President. For the group photo, we would like to request all participants to please open your cameras and show us your beautiful and lovely faces. Come on guys, open your cameras please. Okay, smile everyone. One more. Smile. Okay, Nico.
So we would like to thank everyone for taking the time to be here tonight. We hope to see you again soon. I am Miko Karandang.
Yes, thank you so much for being with us tonight, and I am Thea Domingo. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre IV, Chapter President. Architect Shigella A. Villanueva, Chapter Vice President for Programs. Architect Raya Angelica C. Zamudio, Chapter Vice President for Operations. Architect Abdul Rafi Veron M. Pangandaman, Chapter Secretary. Architect Vichy H. Ongpeco, Chapter Treasurer. Architect Cecilia M. San Diego, Chapter Auditor. Architect Antoinette Danica T. Lin, Director for External and Governmental Affairs. Architect Lito V. Tabuldan, Director for Internal Affairs. Architect Pamela Isabel D. Reyes, Director for Professional Practice. Architect Carlos Del D. Adorno, Director for Filipino Architecture. Architect Jolalyn G. Simbahan, Director for Education. Architect Sofia L. Eusebio, Committee Member for Information and Dissemination. Architect John Ray M. Luzuriaga, Committee Member for Information and Dissemination. Architect Simon G. Cervantes, Immediate Past Chapter President. ARQUIVIVO. Live life to the fullest.